It doesn't get much better than that. So what you need to do is sit back, relax, maybe get a cup of coffee, and get ready to fill your brain with some IT Pro industry knowledge from the experts. Make sure to download your handouts. We're going to kick things off here in just a couple minutes with Aidan talking about Azure as a backup endpoint, but stick around throughout the entire day. We have a ton of content on the agenda, and just in case you maybe miss a session or two, everything will be available on demand starting tomorrow. So don't be afraid if you have to step away, but make sure you come back, download your handouts, and we want to give a special shout out to our friends over at Veeam and Semperis for making today's event possible. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, so make sure to give them a shout out as well. That being said, I'm going to kick it over here to Aidan in just a couple minutes, and we're going to kick off Petri's Get IT one-day conference targeting backup and recovery.
Hi, and welcome to my session on Get IT Backup and Recovery Virtual Conference called How to Use Microsoft Azure to Protect and Against Operational Failures, Disaster Recovery, and Ransomware Attacks. My name is Aidan Finn, and I'm a Microsoft Valuable Professional or MVP with Microsoft Azure experience. I've been an MVP for 13 years, the last few years with Azure, and previous to that with Hyper-V and System Center Configuration Manager. I own my own company called Cloud Mechanics, where I write and deliver Microsoft Azure training. But most of the time I'm working as principal consultant for Innofactor, Innofactor Norway in particular, based out of the Oslo office. And I work with Microsoft Azure infrastructure and networking, security, governance, and all that good stuff. I've been working in IT since 1996, an incredibly long time at this point. I've worked as a consultant, a developer, and a sysadmin, and pre-sales, and all that good stuff. And I've been working with technologies such as Windows Server, Hyper-V, System Center, desktop management, and of course, Microsoft Azure. You can learn more about me and read some of my content on aidanfinn.com. You can learn about my employer on innofactor.com. And you can learn about my company on cloudmechanics.com. And you can follow me on @joe_elway. And of course, you can read my monthly Azure IaaS articles on petri.com too. So, You are thinking, but why should I care about Microsoft Azure? I'm hearing about that all the time. What I've got on-prem is working and I'm not going to the cloud. Well, I want you to just hold on for a moment and I want you to think. Tell me if you've heard these kinds of stories before. A big company or a medium company loses tons of money because their systems go down. Whether it's a disaster that they for some reason are not able to recover from, even if they have a DOR solution like British Airways did a few years ago. They lost £170 million, over $200 million, because of a heating issue in their data center. And thousands of passengers weren't able to fly for a few days. We're constantly hearing stories as well about ransomware attacks, which is basically a failure of network and identity security and a failure of backup and disaster recovery. So organizations, including organizations that should be able to engineer their way out of this, are losing a ton of money because ransomware is getting across their network and they're not able to recover from backup or disaster recovery in those scenarios. So it seems like we're not doing protection correctly yet. We know about things like 3-2-1. We know we're supposed to have 3 copies of our backups and we're supposed to keep them on 2 different media, and one of those should be off-site. And if it's off-site and disconnected in some way, then ransomware shouldn't be able to get at it, right? And then somewhere along the way, people have confused backup with disaster recovery. So they think, right, backup, I send my tape away somewhere with a courier, and if I have a disaster, I'll call the courier back or I'll get it delivered to somewhere else and I'll restore from that. And that's going to take days, if not weeks. And well, maybe it's just quicker to just muddle your way through fixing everything and getting the system back online a few days later. And no matter how many headlines we read about ransomware, it seems like nobody has actually figured out how to actually implement microsegmentation on the network to protect identity, and how to get backups protected and disaster recovery operational so we can restore from one of these widespread attacks that ransomware can create. As I said, you're probably sick of the cloud. If you're tuning into a session on hybrid stuff, you're working on-prem. You're focused on on-prem more than likely, and you are tired of going to Microsoft events that just talk about cloud, and cloud. Now, maybe you're a bit different. Maybe you're all in on the cloud, maybe you're planning on going hybrid, or you've already done that, or maybe you're one of those people who just is allergic to the cloud. But I want you to hold on and listen and learn about how the cloud can protect your on-prem environment, so we don't have to dump on-prem. Because realistically, for some organizations, on-prem is the way to go forward. It may be part of a larger hybrid solution. It may be because realistically, we have compliance reasons, performance reasons, or there's just practical reasons where we just can't get connectivity. We need to stay on-prem. Okay, let's have a look at how the cloud can still help in those scenarios. Because it offers another location. It gives us cheap storage, and there's no hardware maintenance. So there's none of that wasted time that you spend on stroking disks. This session, I'm going to focus it on Microsoft Azure because that's what I know. I work with Microsoft Azure 8 hours a day. That's what I do. I don't know the other cloud services, but I know enough about them to tell you that they offer some of the equivalent services. So AWS gives you elastic and cheap storage, just like Microsoft Azure does. And there's niche storage providers out there like Wasabi, who give you cheap storage using AWS APIs, which means if you can use a product with AWS, in theory, you should be able to use it with Wasabi. And of course, the other big vendors out there like Google and Alibaba, they probably have stuff too. I just know nothing about them, to be quite honest. So I'm focused on Azure, and all of the backup and disaster recovery solutions in Microsoft Azure are based on Azure storage. So I'm going to give you the short and simple version, the short and simple explanation of what Microsoft Azure storage is and how it works and what it can offer for you. I normally do a 45-minute to a 60-minute session on that, and I start off with a diagram that is a bit of an eye chart test. It explains all the different offerings just on storage accounts, not even databases, and it is complex. So I'm going to give you the simple solution that gives you that starting point down that complex map. A storage account is the resource we use in Microsoft Azure, either directly or indirectly, to do backup and disaster recovery in Microsoft's cloud. It's used by different resource types in Microsoft Azure. Sometimes that's obvious and you have to create a storage account. Sometimes it's under the covers. And speaking of under the covers, some other Microsoft clouds like Office 365 also use storage accounts. But we can use storage accounts with third-party products, because a storage account is addressable on the internet and can be accessed securely over TLS with secrets. So you can have your on-prem backup product, an on-prem disaster recovery product, or you can use some SaaS solution to connect to one of these Microsoft storage accounts. And these storage accounts have different APIs. The one we're going to spend the most time talking about is Blob, and this is scalable and cheap storage. Blob is an old term from the database world, binary large object, and it's how we could store a file in a database. In an Azure storage account, a blob is a form of file. But it's not files like you think of in file shares. We get that using Azure Files, which in this case we're just calling files. There's other APIs as well, like tables, queues, and page blobs that can be used in different platform scenarios. The storage account can have different levels of resilience. In fact, there's lots of them, but I'm going to talk about 3 of them here, the basic ones. The base level of resilience, the simplest, lowest level option is locally redundant storage, or LRS. And this is where there are 3 synchronous copies of your data in the same storage cluster, which is in one room and in one data center in one region. Now, your data is broken up into blocks, and those blocks are spread across lots of disks in lots of servers in that storage cluster. And it's all encrypted at rest. So if some operator was to come in and whip out a single disk or even a few disks from that storage cluster, they don't have enough of your data to be able to build up any individual file, and it's encrypted, so it's useless. It's just random ones and zeros. An extension of LRS is zone redundant storage, or ZRS, and this is available in Azure regions that support availability zones. Those 3 synchronous copies now reside across 3 different storage clusters, which are in 3 different buildings in the same region within 2 milliseconds of each other. If any one of those buildings goes offline, whether it's for power reasons, cooling reasons, or electrical reasons, or network connectivity reasons, the other 2 buildings, the other 2 replicas are offline. So you can afford to lose 2 of your replicas and still your data is operational and available. Another variation of locally redundant storage is geo-redundant storage, or GRS. Those 3 synchronous copies that are in that single storage cluster, that single building, are now replicated asynchronously to a paired region. So now you have 6 copies of your data, 3 in your selected region and 3 in the paired region. What's a paired region? Well, this is a publicly documented twin of the Azure region that you have deployed your storage account into. So if you've deployed, for example, into North Europe, it will be replicated to West Europe. If you've deployed into East US, it'll be replicated to West US, staying within the same geopolitical zone, within the same legal constructs. So you're able to stay compliant, whatever industrial laws or regulation or legal laws that you need to comply with. And there are lots of variations on the above, but if you understand LRS, ZRS, and GRS, you'll be able to understand all the different variations of them. The blob storage that we would use in a backup scenario and a disaster recovery scenario has some interesting features. The first of these is lifecycle management. And lifecycle management gives us 2 things. First is transparent automated tiering. So transparent means the location from your point of view doesn't change. The address of the individual file or blob doesn't change, but its physical location does change. And that gives us 3 different tiers. There's hot tier, cool tier, and archive tier. Hot tier is where I'm using a blob or a file frequently, more than 2 times per month, and I get the most expensive, and I use air quotes on that, expensive, because it's still really cheap, most expensive place in blob storage to store my files or my blobs, but the cheapest access rate. And my blob is always accessible, so I can get it immediately in some way, shape, or form. Then we have the cool tier. I'm using that blob less than 2 per month, so I have a medium cost rate for storage and I have a medium access rate. But the blobs are still accessible. And then we have the archive tier. Okay, I don't need to be able to access that blob immediately, but I need to be able to get at it in case someone issues me a warrant, or I need to be able to restore something from 2 years ago or whatever it is. And I want to be able to store that at a ridiculously cheap rate, like pennies per terabyte rate. Well, the archive tier is where we go. The downside to the archive tier is the blobs are not immediately accessible. We have to hydrate them to either the hot tier or the cool tier to be able to access them. But it's great for when you need to be able to keep data around for years and years and years, and you need to be able to restore it to meet some legal request or whatever it is. Also in lifecycle management, we have automatic deletion of blobs. So if you need to be able to delete stuff to comply with laws like GDPR, you can use this to say, right, as soon as an individual blob hits a certain number of days old, I delete it. And that's it, it's gone. Now, speaking of deletion, maybe you want to prevent that. We can do something called immutable storage. This is where we can take our storage account and turn it into write once, read many, or worm. So we can prevent the accidental or deliberate deletion of blobs or backups. And we can keep those around for a certain number of days or until a certain tag is removed from the individual blobs. We call that a legal hold. Now, let's talk about using that Azure storage. We can extend our on-premises backups to Azure storage and keep our backups in a disconnected location for a very long time at very low cost. Let's talk about the problems with backups today. Where are you backing up to? Are you backing up to disk or file share? Well, disk and file share is great because we're able to restore relatively quickly, and the cost is okay, but it doesn't scale well, so the cost can get really bad pretty quick if you're trying to keep a lot of data there. And unfortunately, ransomware knows to attack this online storage first before it starts encrypting your data. Now you might say to me, well, I've got tape. And this is great because I have lots of capacity and it's really cheap. But the problem with tape is it's mechanical. The tapes are mechanical, so they're unreliable. And the tape library is mechanical, so it's unreliable. The last time I worked with tape libraries, I had more engineers in every week than I had successful backups. So I don't rely on tape. I don't trust that 1950s technology. The second thing to worry about is that offsite storage. It's that one in your 321. Now, if you mention a courier, I might actually explode. Can you rely on that courier to turn up in the event of a disaster? If you have a fire, is that courier got somewhere to go? If you have a flood, is your courier going to hop in a boat instead of a van? If there's a disaster in your city, is your courier going to be focused on their family? Or are they dead? Is their business gone? So that isn't a viable solution for offsite backup. Let's talk about your existing backup for a moment. Maybe you own something like Veeam, or Altaro VM Backup, or Commvault, or you have one of many NASs out there. There's other products too that are able to use Azure storage accounts as their secondary tier, or even their primary tier for backup. So we can back up using these products, using local storage, and then we can take those backups and replicate them to the cloud. We can use that local storage for short-term retention, and we can use the cloud as our disconnected replica. So if we do get hit by ransomware, we can restore from that. And we can use it for long-term retention because it's cheap, much cheaper than the storage we can implement on premises. Let's talk about that isolation for a moment. Ransomware gets onto your network, spreads around, finds itself onto an administrative machine, and starts using your credentials. Now, it goes after your backup server. It hasn't even popped up its head yet. It's just sneakily getting around the network, finding interesting things. One of those interesting things is the backup server. And what's it do there? Delete your backups or encrypts them. Now your backups are gone. But I've extended my Veeam or my Altaro or whatever it is to Azure Storage, which is disconnected. Now my ransomware can't get to it. Especially if my third-party backup product is able to work with things like immutable storage, where no matter what I do, no matter what rights I have, I can't delete my backups. That isolation has protected me. So even though my backup server is gone and my file servers are encrypted, I can still recover using the backups that are in the cloud. So maybe your backup vendor does support things like immutable storage. If so, great, because not even the owner can delete those blob-based backups. So ransomware hasn't a hope. We can use blob tiering, so we can reduce the cost of long-term storage. We can also use blob versioning, where we take automated snapshots of our blobs just in case they do get deleted, and we can restore from those snapshots just in case. You want to protect that storage account? So minimize who has access to the storage account. Put it into a dedicated resource group, or ideally a dedicated subscription, and limit access to that resource group or subscription. put a delete lock on the storage account. That prevents accidental deletion. And now, monitor the activity to that storage account. The way you'll do that is take the activity log or subscription diagnostics and export that automatically to Log Analytics, and then use schedule query alerts in Azure Monitor to look for unwanted actions in Log Analytics for things like deletions, etc., or deletion attempts on your storage account. What about Office 365? Has anyone thought about packing that up yet? Did you know that Microsoft don't back up Office 365 for you? Seriously. So if you go into Office 365 and extend your recycle bin to its maximum of 93 days and delete some stuff from it, so let's say a manager deletes a folder full of email, and they come to you 4 months later or a year later saying, can you restore or open up a support call with Microsoft and ask them to restore that folder for me? You're just going to have a look at them and go, sorry boss, there's no backup in our email, and we're over at 93 days in the recycle bin, and your emails are lost. Well, you can use some third-party products out there. There's a bunch of them you can find online, and they will use an Azure storage account, or can use an Azure storage account as your backup media. We've talked about using Azure storage accounts for backup using third-party products, but what if you don't have a third-party product? Well, we can use Azure Backup. Azure Backup is powered by a resource type called the Recovery Services Vault, or RSV, and that uses storage which is based on blob storage. By default, it has geo-resilient storage, so that's 6 replicas, 3 synchronous replicas in your selected region and 3 asynchronous replicas in the paired region, allowing some interesting recovery and test recovery options in different regions. But before you do any backups, you can switch to locally redundant storage to save costs. Azure Backup provides 2 types of backup at a very high level. So we have cloud-based workload backup. So if you're running things like Azure VMs, Azure Files, blob storage, or VM-based workloads such as SQL Server or SAP HANA, we can use Azure Backup to protect those workloads. But for our on-premises scenario, which we're talking about today, we have 2 offerings. We have the Mars Agent, which is sometimes just called Azure Backup, but we also have something called Microsoft Azure Backup Server, which is sometimes called MABS, and originally was called codename Venus. Mars, Venus, get it? Pricing of Recovery Services Vault is based on 2 items. The first is the things you're protecting, those protected items. There's a fixed cost for every protected item every month. And you also pay for the used storage. So that's the blob storage that you're consuming for your backups. Now, Azure Backup is very efficient because it does something called a forever differential backup, or a synthetic full backup. The first backup is full, and every backup after that is differential. And the Recovery Services Vault will retain enough blocks to be able to reconstitute your individual files at any point in your retention period. And speaking of retention, how long can Azure Backup keep your backups? Well, in our on-premises scenario, it can keep backups for up to 99 years. Sounds a bit theoretical. And that's what Azure Backup thought when they said, hey, we're tired of everyone asking for more retention, so we're just setting it to 99 years. And it turned out that some organizations actually needed 99 years of retention. And some of those are pharmaceuticals. So for example, they need to be able to keep data for the potential realistic lifetime of a patient or a customer that takes their drugs. So 99 years of retention. We don't have to worry about that then. We have some cool security features, particularly to deal with ransomware. So about 3-4 years ago, the Azure Backup team announced these features and said, we're observing ransomware getting more clever, and the owners of this ransomware are attacking backups first. So we're going to protect your backups with these 2 features. First is soft delete. Even if you successfully get into the Recovery Services Vault and delete the backups, whether you're malware, rogue admin, or an accidental deletion, those backups are going to be there for another 14 days. So this soft delete feature will keep them in the background and then automatically delete them after that 14-day period. Within that 14-day period, you can go into the Recovery Services Vault and reconstitute those backups and restore from them. So you're safe right there. The second thing is backup protection. So if you're using one of these on-premises backup products and you successfully launch the console and go in to delete backups, you won't be able to. You're going to have to sign into the Azure portal, go into the Recovery Services Vault. That means you're going to have to authenticate against Azure AD, ideally supplemented with multi-factor authentication. And in the Recovery Services Vault, you're going to have to generate a one-time PIN. In your backup console, you have to input that PIN. The backup product will then verify the PIN is the same as what the Azure portal has generated, and only then will the backup be deleted. And it's still kept, thanks to soft delete, for another 14 days, so we can still recover from that backup. The first of the Azure Backup services I'm going to talk about is Azure Backup, sometimes known as the Azure Backup Agent, or MARS. Azure Backup is a very simple offering. Those of you who've used a tool called Windows Server Backup will probably recognize the interface. Very simple, an agent that's installed onto a machine and will back up stuff from that machine. The costs are what I just talked about. You pay for each protected item and for the per gigabyte consumption in the cloud. It will protect your system state on the machine or the files on that machine. It will back them up directly to the Azure Recovery Services Vault in the cloud. And if you want to do a restore, it will restore directly from the Azure Recovery Services Vault. There are a few scenarios where you're typically going to see MARS. First is small, medium businesses or branch offices where you might have 1 or 2 servers. All you want to do is protect your system state and your files. So that's the first. The second is PCs. What if you have a few users out there, your important users, who just for whatever reason don't put their data in their OneDrive for Business or SharePoint or Teams or whatever. And they keep storing stuff on the C drive. And they lose that laptop, or the laptop breaks and you can't get the data back from it. Well, if you have the Azure Backup Agent on there, you'll be able to back up your data every time that machine is online. I protect OneDrive for Business on my PC using Azure Backup. And I had a scenario once where, believe it or not, I was delivering a presentation to customers on Azure Backup. And I had a PowerPoint that I had on my PC in the office. And when I arrived the following day at the hotel to deliver my presentation at this event, I opened up my laptop at the podium, went to open up my PowerPoint, and it wasn't there. And somehow or another managed to get deleted by a faulty sync through OneDrive. And I thought, here's an opportunity. So I launched my screen share and told the audience, right, I'm going to kick off things with an on-schedule demonstration of Azure Backup. I'm going to restore my PowerPoint because somehow or another it's accidentally gotten deleted. So I installed the Azure Backup Agent. I got my key from the Recovery Services Vault to be able to connect up. I restored my PowerPoint right in front of the audience and then launched it and delivered my presentation. So it really saved my backside in that scenario. The second product from Azure Backup that I want to talk about is Azure Backup Server, sometimes called MABS, originally called codename Venus. This is an on-premises backup server. So if you don't have a product like Veeam or Altaro VM Backup or any of these others, and you can't afford to change a product, or you're in a scenario where you need to be able to provide protection on a short-term basis, you can use something like Microsoft Azure Backup Server. There is no license cost to this. It's the same usage-based costs as Azure Backup. So each protected item has a cost per month, and you pay for the gigabytes of data that are stored in the Recovery Services Vault. It will provide protection for Windows Server 2016, Windows Server 2019, files and system state, SQL Server, SharePoint Server, and Exchange Server, Hyper-V, and even VMware using VMware's own APIs for agentless backup. It will back up primarily to local disk storage, and then on a scheduled basis, export those backups to an Azure Recovery Services Vault. So that means we can restore from local storage if we want to restore from recent backups in a quick way over the network, or we can restore from the Recovery Services Vault in case it's a non-recent backup, or we've lost our recent backups from our local storage. So when would we use this? Well, realistically, you're going to want to use your Veeams, your Altaros, these other products. But if you don't have one of those that supports Azure in some way, or you need some short-term licensing, Microsoft Azure Backup Server is ideal. You'll be able to implement it on a dedicated physical box or a virtual machine that has a nice amount of storage, and you can use cheap storage for that. Backup locally to local disk, and then export those backups to the cloud automatically on a scheduled basis. We've talked about backup, so now let's talk about a scenario when you lose everything, not just files or some VMs. What do we do when we lose an entire complex workload or we lose a data center? Everything's gone. And we can say we can restore from backup, but it's going to take a long time. How do we get those services that are responsible for keeping the business alive or for generating profits? And more importantly, where do we restore them to? What if the reason we've lost our services is because our hardware has been bricked by these new forms of malware that are attacking firmware, or there's been a fire, or our SAN has completely collapsed? That happens. So where do we restore to? Well, ideally you're going to replicate to a secondary site, and you're going to be able to restore from that secondary site. But you know what? Your office already costs a lot of money. Are you going to be able to go to the business and say, you know what? I need a secondary site to replicate our services and our data to, and in there I'm going to need to keep a duplicate of all our hardware. That's going to be consuming power for running the SAN and the cluster and for the cooling. And I'm going to need licensing, and there's going to be operational costs and support costs. And you know what? I hope we never use that stuff. You think the shareholders are going to be happy with that request? Probably not. What you need instead is a pay-as-you-go location that you can use only when you need it. And that's what the cloud is. We can replicate our machines to the cloud and only consume storage and network costs, and maybe some replication costs depending on the service that we use. And we only pay for virtual machines when we do a failover, whether it's a test failover or a real production failover. So the cloud can be awesome as that secondary site, and it's an OPEX cost, not a CAPEX cost. Now we need to understand that backup and disaster recovery are two very different beasts. The purpose of backup is to restore files, or maybe a machine or two. Disaster recovery is about restoring an entire service, or even a data center in case you lose it. Backups happen every few hours, or maybe every day, or maybe even every week. Whereas disaster recovery is constant. It's a constant synchronization from your production site to your secondary site. And that means you have different recovery time objectives and recovery point objectives. Recovery time objective, or RTO, is how quickly can I get my system back? Well, in backup, that's going to be hours or days. And if you're doing tape and you're sending that tape off somewhere else, that's going to be days to weeks. Disaster recovery, that's minutes to hours. How quickly can I power up my machines in that secondary location? Recovery point objective, or RPO, is how much data have I lost by recovering my systems in the first place? Well, with backup, it's based on how long ago was that backup taken. Was it yesterday at 10 p.m.? Was it last Friday? That's a lot of data to lose. Disaster recovery, thanks to that constant replication, that might be 0 minutes if you've got synchronous replication, but realistically you're going to be doing asynchronous replication, so it might be maybe 15 minutes. Now in the event of a disaster, 15 minutes of data loss is pretty acceptable if I can get my system back in a matter of minutes to hours. But while I'm saying that backup and disaster recovery are two very different things, there are some third-party vendors out there who use their clever backup mechanisms to support disaster recovery. And Veeam is one of those companies, for example, who are able to do that successfully. And there are options out there for disaster recovery to Azure. So obviously you've got Veeam. You've got other parties out there like Zerto and Datto and many others, but Microsoft have an offering too called Azure Site Recovery. Azure Site Recovery is Microsoft's platform solution for disaster recovery. Again, it's based on a Recovery Services Vault, and it can be also used as part of the Azure Migrate solution for server migration to the cloud. Azure Site Recovery, or ASR, supports VMware, Hyper-V, and physical machines. It's based on an agent that is deployed either to a Hyper-V host or to a VMware virtual machine. And it will replicate the disks or the data from those disks to a selected Azure region. So you pick the Azure region that you want to use as your disaster recovery site. We can build recovery plans in the Recovery Services Vault to create orchestrated failover of our virtual machines. So I'm in a small medium business, I might have a recovery plan for all of my virtual machines. In a large enterprise, I might have a recovery plan for each of my workloads. And using that recovery plan, I can perform failovers. Those could be test failovers, unplanned failovers in the event of a disaster like a fire, or a planned failover where I know there's a hurricane coming in and it's going to wipe out my office. I can get my system out in advance of that hurricane and then move my employees out of the area. The VMs are then created when I execute the recovery plan. So the replicated disks are already there, consuming very little cost. And when I execute the recovery plan, the VMs are created, attached to the disks, powered up, and connected to selected virtual networks. The replication is asynchronous, and that's because we're replicating to the cloud and there's a latent connection over the internet. So that means we're going to have some data loss, but it's going to be a very small amount of data loss. So the recovery point objective is going to be small. The recovery time objective is how long will it take to create and power up the virtual machines. So a rough estimate will be somewhere between 50 to 30 minutes per VM inside of, or per tier of VMs inside of your recovery plan. The most important failover you will ever do is the test failover. And Azure Site Recovery does support this. You'll create an isolated virtual network to avoid breaking the time cop rule. And if you've seen that old 1990s movie, you'll know that the same person cannot exist in one place at the same time. And that's true of your virtual machines. Do you want two virtual machines, one on your production system that's running on premises, and one up in Azure in your DR site? Do you want those two identically named machines popping up on the network at the same time? No. So you'll create an isolated network for doing your test failovers. And you'll do these test failovers on a frequent basis, maybe once a quarter, once every 6 months. And that's to validate that the workload comes online, that your data is consistent, and that the failover process is actually working. And this is a good opportunity to measure how long the recovery time objective, the RTO, will actually be. So how long will it take to get your system back operational? An important thing to talk about when you're doing replication is domain controllers. Domain controllers are database servers, and they do replication at the application layer. Database servers that do replication at the application layer do not support replication at the machine layer. So Active Directory does not support the replication of VMs using any replication process, such as Azure Site Recovery or Zerto or any of those. However, we do have the ability to extend our Active Directory to the DR site just doing regular Active Directory domain services architecture using sites and services. So I can create a new site, put one or two domain controllers in there, and do normal Active Directory replication to that DR site. And we can do that across ExpressRoute or a site-to-site VPN to my selected DR site virtual network in Microsoft Azure. But for the test failover, that isolated virtual network, I am going to need some domain controllers. And it's isolated, so I can't extend my production Active Directory into there using replication at the application layer. So what we will do is we will create a dedicated recovery plan for dealing with domain controllers, and we will replicate one or two domain controllers for test failover only. Whenever we want to do a test failover of a workload, we'll execute test failover of the domain controllers into that isolated environment. It has no impact on our production environment. They won't remain operational for very long. And then we will do the test failover of the production workload, which again doesn't impact the production workload itself. This is just a copy of it in an isolated network. And now we'll be able to find my domain controllers, authenticate and authorize the services and the users trying to use the services and the data. But now I want to talk about the hidden gem of Microsoft Azure, and that's called Azure File Sync. When I'm talking about Azure File Sync at a conference, I'll ask a couple of questions at the start of the session. So I'll ask people, how many people need to keep an on-premises file server, despite the fact that we've got things like SharePoint and Teams on OneDrive? And you know what? Most hands in the room will go up in the air. And then I will ask people to keep their hands in the air, and I will ask them, how many of you struggle with file server capacity and backup? And most of those hands stay in the air. It's been a battle for decades. How do we deal with the ever-growing need for capacity on the file servers? The more storage we put in, the more that people are consuming. And we've got file servers in headquarters and in remote locations that are not only consuming more capacity, but need more equipment to be able to back them up. Azure File Sync aims to deal with those issues. And it does this by synchronizing your file shares to the cloud. And we can synchronize those file shares through the cloud to other file servers. So we can have one file share exist across many file servers in different locations, giving us synchronized file shares. This synchronization engine is based on the replication engine in Microsoft SQL Server, Azure SQL, and Azure SQL Managed Instance. So this is a pretty mature, heavily tested replication technology. That replica exists in Azure in using Azure Files, which is based on one of those storage accounts, is now the master copy. And your file servers are local caches. We can enable cloud tiering. So we can take the cold files and replace them with reparse points on our file servers. So the files stay the same as far as the users are concerned in terms of location and permissions. But the reality is they're not on the file server anymore. They're in the cloud. And if they're needed, they'll be downloaded on demand to the file server and handed out to any applications or users that ask for them without them noticing that the files weren't there in the first place. Because we have the master copy in the cloud, and that's where all our files actually are, that's the place where we're going to do our backups. So we're going to do the backups in the cloud, and we don't need to have backup licensing or backup equipment running on premises. And thanks to this reparse mechanism, we have a really cool disaster recovery solution. Whether that's we've lost a file server, we've lost all our file shares, or ransomware has encrypted everything. Let's have a look at how the service actually works. The first is multi-site file sync. We have a file server and we will install an agent on it. And that will connect up the agent to an Azure file share hosted in an Azure storage account in Microsoft Azure in a region of our choice. The data that's on that file server will be replicated up to that share. And we can extend that replication to one or more additional file servers running in multiple locations around our wide area network, or even in locations outside of our wide area network, as long as they're internet connected and able to authenticate against our service. So now we can run that file share in multiple locations. As far as our users and applications are concerned, nothing has changed. They still access the data the same old-fashioned way. We can enable cloud tiering to reduce the capacity demands on our file servers. So we can create a policy to say when a file is cold, and we can define what cold actually means, that file will be replaced by a reparse point, which takes up no space. And when somebody or something asks for that file, the file server will transparently retrieve the file on demand from the Azure file share, add it to the local cache, and serve it out to the user or application. As far as the user or application are concerned, how they asked for the file and how the file is delivered to them hasn't changed. It's just there was a little bit of latency while the file was retrieved from the Azure file share by the file server. That Azure file share is now the master copy. That's where all of our files are. So this is the logical place to do our backups. So the recovery services vault that's provided by Azure Backup can coordinate the backup of our Azure file share using snapshots inside of that storage account. So we have disk-to-disk backup in the cloud, and we have disk-to-disk restore in the cloud, which leads us to backup and disaster recovery. If we lose a file server or a share, or our files get encrypted, we can restore those files very quickly. We perform a disk-to-disk restore inside of the Azure file share, so that could be restore to share or restore individual files. And the metadata for those files is downloaded to the file server or file servers. This metadata replication takes 1 to 3 minutes. So the slowest part of this process is the disk-to-disk copy that happens inside of the file share, inside of the storage cluster, inside of Microsoft Azure. It doesn't matter how many gigabytes or terabytes of data we have, once that process is complete, the metadata download is only a matter of minutes. Now, my users and my applications can start accessing files, and the files will be downloaded on demand from the Azure file share, served out to my users or workloads the same old-fashioned way as they were before, just with a little bit of latency. So I'm back operational as quickly as I can be. So the backup system is performed in the cloud. The Azure Recovery Services Vault doesn't store the data. Instead, it's manipulating the snapshots inside of the storage account. So that storage account where the Azure file share is located is the production data and the backup. So it's important that we protect that storage account. The Recovery Services Vault is going to automatically put a delete lock on the storage account for you. And if you remove the delete lock, it will put it back there for you, because it's important that someone doesn't accidentally delete the storage account. You should supplement that with limited access to the storage account, or the subscription that the storage account is in, and put monitoring on any attempted actions on that storage account through Activity Log or the subscription diagnostics, combined with Log Analytics and Azure Monitor. The restore, as I said, really simple. It's a disk-to-disk copy inside of the storage account itself. All that's downloaded at that point, once the disk-to-disk copy is done, is the metadata. So that's telling people that the files are there and they can see them in the file share the same way as they always did before. And as they start using the files are downloaded, and the cache that's on your file server is built up based on the demand of the files. So in the ransomware scenario where you lose everything, maybe as many gigabytes or many terabytes of data is lost on your file server, no need to do any massive download from the cloud. Instead, in the cloud, it's a disk-to-disk copy, and once that's done, a few minutes later, the metadata is downloaded to the file server. Your users and your applications are able to access that data, and you haven't had to buy any Bitcoin. So let's wrap up. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoy the rest of this Petri event on backup and recovery. You can learn more about me on aidanfinn.com, my employer on innofactor.com, my company on cloudmechanics.com. You can follow me on Twitter on @Joe_Elway. And of course, check out my monthly Azure IaaS article on petri.com. Enjoy the rest of the event.
The session is now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts and stick around. We have many more great sessions ahead.
People forget that everything starts with an ID and a password. Credentials or identity for access go unnoticed till something bad happens. And then first thing you gotta recover is credentials to do any other kind of recovery.
Right.
I think organizations need to not only protect Active Directory or credentials, but also build a plan to be able to recover and restore in the event something does happen. It's a topic at the board of director meetings. The threat landscape around cyber is just, the trajectory's just going straight up.
That's pretty sobering.
Hi everybody. The name of this session is called Essentials of Securing Active Directory. My name is Sean Dubey. I'm Director of Services at Semperis. In this session, I'll be talking about specifically securing Active Directory around recovery aspects of it. Recovery for object recovery, recovery for full-up, disaster recovery, and many of the implications, especially in the way we see our security world nowadays, what the implications are around Active Directory. My background, I have been working with Microsoft Identity essentially as long as Microsoft has been working with Identity. I'll spare you the details, but I was a Microsoft MVP for 15 years before they kicked me off the wagon a couple of years ago. And I was one of Intel's original Active Directory architects, and then on the team for 10 years, as well as an original architect for NT4 with Texas Instruments back before that, And now for Semperis, I do all sorts of things, one of which is the Hybrid Identity Protection podcast and conferences. So I have a HIP podcast where I get all sorts of interesting people to talk about identity and identity security. I highly recommend that you check it out. So I think for people that are listening to this session, they probably already have this, they recognize what I'm going to say here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this out in sort of 3 logical propositions to explain how Active Directory is so central to what we do today and how that's actually not realized as widely as you might think it would be. So, as I say, Active Directory at the heart of your hybrid enterprise, and that if you haven't fully protected it, your organization remains vulnerable to catastrophic attacks, and that, in fact, your organization may not be as protected as you think it's protected. Why is that? Well, proposition number 1, that identity is central to modern security. Microsoft says, and of course, I'm sure you've heard this, that identity is the new control plane. Gartner says that identity is central to providing appropriate, accurate, and secure access to data, services, and systems. Forrester, too, says that identity is a core building block of a robust zero-trust security ecosystem and infrastructure. And if you're doing buzzword bingo in my presentation, there you have one item right there. I've gotten the zero trust word out of the way. The second proposition is that hybrid is the dominant identity architecture. Of course, any organization that's been around for any period of time has a substantial on-premises footprint, and that includes their identity systems. Most organizations' identity systems are on-premises. Now, many of the HR systems have gone off-prem, but they typically feed into on-premises identity systems. But at the same time, the cloud has really impacted the way organizations work. 70% of Fortune 500 companies have a Microsoft 365 subscription, just as one example. Well, what hybrid identity means then is taking your on-premises identities and projecting them into cloud services in order to give your users single sign-on using their corporate accounts, and specifically corporate accounts and corporate passwords, secure single sign-on without having to duplicate credentials into another identity system where they might become disconnected, and then you run into all sorts of situations where you can have security concerns. Now, Active Directory is, as I speak today, Active Directory is 21 years old, and it is a real testament to the designers of that system that it is still a critical piece of identity infrastructure. That's a long, long time in technology. But the reality is, the world we live in is not a world that in 1997, 98, 99, when NT5, evolving out of NT4, was being designed before it was called Active Directory. So it's being pushed around in ways that it is just simply not designed for. The third proposition is that Active Directory is central to this hybrid identity model. 93% of the Fortune 1000 rely on Active Directory. And because of that, and because of the way single sign-on works and the way hybrid works, Active Directory is that core identity store that is projected out into the cloud for single sign-on, whether it's projected into Azure Active Directory or into Okta or into G Suite or into AWS or other SaaS providers. AD remains at the core. So what that means is that Active Directory is central to modern security, and indeed it is more important than it has ever been for modern security because of the way that it interacts both on premises and that it has the impact and the foundational importance for a company's hybrid existence. Now, for that, AD is in the attacker's crosshairs. Those of us that have worked in AD for a long time have sort of waited for this to appear because we recognized how vulnerable Active Directory is. But it's really in about the last 5 years that the attacks have significantly ramped up. 97% of organizations surveyed say that Active Directory is mission critical. We did this survey of about 200 companies in 2019, so this is where this information comes from. You've certainly heard Active Directory is being referred to as the keys to the kingdom because it contains the identities, the user IDs and passwords for the enterprise. But it's not only the keys to the kingdom, it's also the treasure map to the data. This is Active Directory was designed in an era when it is to make network resources broadly available, broadly discoverable. That's part of the power of it, is the ability to use Active Directory itself to go find a service and then go connect to a service. Well, of course, it turns out that this can be used for evil as well as for good. Furthermore, it's not just the treasure map to the data, it's also the pathway to spread the malware. For example, group policy. A capability of group policy is the ability to deploy software via group policy. Well, again, it can be used for evil as well as it can be used for good. So this means that Active Directory is a prime and recurring attack path for threat actors going into an environment, looking for information, looking to gain advantage over an organization. Now, as I said, Active Directory is critical. 57% of organizations say an Active Directory outage would have severe or catastrophic impact. And the names and companies that I have listed here are examples of attacks, whether they're what I call denial of availability type malware. In other words, ransomware or wiperware or some other type of disruptive malware. And in all of these cases, Active Directory has played a role, either a primary role or a pathway role to these organizations' compromises. When I talk about Active Directory and Active Directory protection and the different ways to protect the structure, I like to go back to the NIST cybersecurity framework. So the cybersecurity framework is used in organizations across the U.S., and it is used by a majority of organizations across the U.S. to help structure their protection and their response. So, and it makes sense because when you look at it, this is actually quite logical. The cybersecurity framework essentially says, identify the risk to your service. In this case, we're talking about Active Directory. Protect that service. Detect the attack to the service. Respond to the attack. And then finally, recover from the attack. So what I'm going to do is focus a little bit on this last part, the recover from the attack, and specifically the Achilles heel of Active Directory that people that are close to Active Directory know about, but people that are further away don't aware that this is even a thing. So specifically about cyber first disaster recovery and post-recovery forensics and investigation. This is something that will ruin your day or ruin your week or ruin your month. This looks like this is a ransomware attack. This is actually not a ransomware attack. It's a red herring. It's misguidance. What this is NotPetya. NotPetya is a Russian cyber weapon that was unleashed in the world in the spring of 2017. You can think of NotPetya as ransomware that does not have any way to decrypt itself. So it's essentially destroying whatever it gets its hands on. In 2017, Maersk, which is the world's largest shipping company, 1/5 of all of the goods that travel on the seas go over a Maersk line. So as a little bit of background to this story, understand then, as I'm sure you're aware, that Russia and Ukraine have been at war for years. Kinetic war, of course, actual, they're shooting at each other, but also cyber war, and specifically Russia to Ukraine. Russia has been attacking Ukraine with cyber weapons for many years. In fact, using it, more or less, it seems like they've been using Ukraine as a test bed for their cyber weapons. And they've been attacking the government infrastructure. They've been attacking financial systems. They've been attacking power systems, on and off for years. Well, in 2017, Russia launched what you can think of as really the first supply chain attack that I'm aware of, certainly by far the largest supply chain attack up until we got SolarGate. So, or the SolarWinds, which is more broadly known. Sorry. So in 2017, what Russia did was they constructed this wiperware weapon called NotPetya that came out of several zero-day exploits and used Active Directory to propagate. And they used, as the supply chain software of choice, they used tax software that is used in Ukraine. It's called Medoc, and it's a common piece of Ukrainian tax accounting software. It's sort of like the TurboTax for Ukraine. Any organization that does business in Ukraine and must file taxes in Ukraine, the majority of them use this Medoc software. And it's a client-side software. And guess what? It gets its updates automatically from a supply server, from a company update server. Every once in a while, the server software phones home. It gets the information. It pulls down the update and it installs the update without intervention. So what Russia did was they implanted NotPetya in the update servers of the Medoc home company. And then when the software phoned home, it went out to hundreds and hundreds of PCs and organizations across Ukraine. NotPetya is extremely destructive. It, as I said, it uses these exploits to immediately gain privileged access, and then uses network protocols and network techniques like Active Directory to propagate across the network at high speed, encrypting everything in sight. So how does that apply to Maersk? Well, Maersk does business in Ukraine. It has a shipping terminal on the Black Sea in Odessa. It has a finance services, and they have to pay taxes. So they have this Medoc software in their office in Odessa. The Medoc PC was updated, got NotPetya on it, and 7 minutes later, it had destroyed 55,000 devices across Maersk's worldwide network. 146 of 147 Active Directory domain controllers were taken out in minutes, completely encrypted, completely useless. Knocked down 1,200 critical applications. So imagine the situation. So this is not just pushing electrons around. Maersk moves these ships. You can see this is a photo here of the Maersk terminal in Brooklyn, New York, where ships the size of an Empire State Building, and we have seen this from the recent fun and games in the Suez Canal, how big these ships are. These ships pull up and they unload at this terminal, which is 1 square mile in size. Trucks come in with thousands and thousands of containers. They load onto these ships and off they go. The ships come back. They unload thousands of containers. And it's all kept track of by Maersk's computer systems, by Maersk's applications. Well, when Active Directory went down, all of those applications went offline. Suddenly, nobody could tell what was in any of the containers. They couldn't tell in the ships that were coming in. They couldn't unload them because they didn't know what was in the containers they were unloading. At the terminals, trucks backed up for miles because they couldn't enter the port. They couldn't enter the terminal because you couldn't scan and see what was in the contents of their containers. They couldn't even, Maersk and the port couldn't even call the trucks to tell them that they couldn't get in because they used a voice over IP phone system that was down because it was Active Directory integrated. So a real nightmarish scenario. And ultimately what happened is the IT staff called all over the world trying to find an existing domain controller that was still alive, still contained a piece of their Active Directory that hadn't been destroyed. They finally found one in Ghana, Africa, at a branch office there, because the branch office was out of power. They'd had a power failure, so the DC was offline. So they had a set of disks that had not been encrypted by NotPetya. So they had the system administrator from Accra, Ghana, somehow get from Accra to Lagos, Nigeria, about 250 miles by road, where in Lagos handed the disk drives to a system administrator, a Nigerian system administrator that had a visa to go to England, where the Maersk IT headquarters is. And then that fellow got a ride in the corporate Gulfstream G450 jet from Lagos up to Gatwick, and then got a high-speed drive to Maidenhead, the suburb of London where the IT headquarters were. And then they began to reconstruct Active Directory from scratch, from those, not quite from scratch, but from that one copy on the one domain controller. All of their backups were encrypted by NotPetya as well. So here we have the situation. Imagine a corporation of this size is essentially down. People are running around with their hair on fire. When NotPetya attacked, eyewitnesses said they saw a wave of black terminals going across the open work areas. People running into conference rooms and unplugging Ethernet cables, slamming the covers of notebooks shut to help in an attempt to keep them from being infected. So there they are. They have their one. This is the future of the company. They're one copy of Active Directory here, and they rebuild Active Directory. They rebuild a seed forest from that one set. Took them 9 days to do it, and the first domain controller they stood up in their new seed forest was a Surface Pro 4. It's estimated that NotPetya cost worldwide $10 billion. It cost Maersk, they say, about $300 million. We're sure the totals are more. That does not account for the collateral damage from all of their suppliers with their trucks of perishables and things like that that were just left sitting there. Not as well known is the pharmaceutical company Merck is estimated to have lost $900 million on it. And then worldwide, $10 billion. In testimony to Congress about a month ago or so, Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, said, NotPetya is what havoc looks like. In that situation, the Achilles heel of Active Directory is forced recovery, not just standing up more domain controllers to build out against a local, regional, geographic disaster. Against a full Active Directory disaster requires a forced recovery. And what our surveys found was that only 37% of organizations understand the complexity of forced recovery. And more than 50% have never tested an Active Directory disaster recovery process, or they don't even have one, which, if you're coming from the outside, sounds outrageous. But the reality is, until we have this changed world of cyber attacks, situations where all of Active Directory would be destroyed were vanishingly rare. And an Active Directory disaster recovery process is very, very difficult to put together. I have a couple of slides here that talk about, at a high level, what is involved in doing an Active Directory forced recovery. The first is what I call, this is stuff you had better have thought about. These are questions you'd better have written down, documented, figured out, have procedures associated around all of it before you get a phone call at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning saying that a ransomware attack has happened and it's encrypted all of your Active Directory environment. And then the actual recovery process itself looks like this. There are 28 steps associated with this. Each domain has its own set of steps that have to happen in order. Every domain controller has a set of steps that have to happen in order. Some of these things take a long, long time. Some things you can influence, some things you can't, like unhosting and rehosting a global catalog. And understand it, the organizational aspect of this is very, very difficult as well, because you have not only the processes that you have to do, your data centers are in more than one location generally, and you have to organize this almost like you're organizing an army with this data center has to accomplish this with these domain controllers and then report back, and then this data center has to do the same thing. And they have to happen in order. And if you do things wrong at some point or other, you may have to go back and start all over again. Anyone that's been associated with a forest recovery can tell you it's not something that they ever want to ever want to run into again. What Semperis does is, I describe this as helping Active Directory administrators sleep at night. What we do in one of our solutions, which is called Active Directory Forest Recovery, is to shorten recovery from, as we like to say, from days to hours or from hours to minutes. An average of 90% reduction in time to perform an Active Directory forest recovery, if in fact you even have a forest recovery procedure and have tested it and know you can rely on it. We have a number of capabilities that get you past what would tie you up in a manual forest recovery. We have the ability to do a clean restore. In other words, restoring Active Directory without the malware on the operating system that's been probably sitting on the domain controller. A highly sped up, rapid, and highly automated recovery, because not only is it automated, it's all done in parallel. So if you have 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 domain controllers, you can recover many domain controllers at the same time, simultaneously, instead of the one at a time process that you more or less have to do for a manual forest recovery, because it's too easy to mess up otherwise. We also have the ability to do anywhere recovery. So we're not forced into simply recovering back to the same location, to the same configuration of the domain controller that was originally backed up. That gives us great flexibility. And I'll dial into that in just a little more detail here. So the key to a lot of this with ADFR is how we take backups. In almost all backups, whether they're Windows Server backup or third-party backup, it essentially comes down to using the system state backup or a bare metal recovery type of a backup. In both of those configurations, you are backing up the operating system. In bare metal recovery, you're backing up the operating system and any disks that are also associated with that server. But you're backing up the operating system, and Active Directory, if it's a domain controller, Active Directory is that slice on the top of it that's coming along for the ride. So you have, as you can see in this situation, and in this case, this is a small environment. So the Active Directory the DIT is quite small, the directory database is quite small. But that you see, even in a basic system state recovery, you're backing up 11 gigabytes, more or less, worth of data for no matter how tiny your Active Directory is. So this has a couple of important implications. Number one is if you're doing backups of your domain controllers and you're hit by a ransomware, a malware attack, you're almost guaranteed to have the malware be sitting on the operating system and sitting on the backups of the operating system, because the resident time of malware in an environment is weeks or months, not hours and minutes. It's weeks and months. So it's going to be on your backups. So if you restore your backups, you're going to be restoring your malware. The other is because you've backed up the operating system, you've also backed up the HAL, the hardware abstraction layer. And the HAL ties that backup very closely to the destination hardware. So you don't really have a lot of flexibility in how you're going to recover it. What we do is we have a patented process that separates Active Directory from the operating system, separates the backup of Active Directory from the operating system. So we back up the DIT, the database, the log files, the registry hives, and sysvol. So that gives us several distinct advantages. One is that it's a very small backup. The backup is the size of your DIT. So let's just say you have a 10 gigabyte DIT, decent enterprise size DIT, and that's all we're backing up. It's basically the size of the DIT, and then we compress and encrypt it. So that compresses it down to about 2.5 gig to move around network to network. Number two, because we're not backing up the operating system, when we recover, we are not recovering any OS resident malware. So you stand up in a virtual machine environment, whether it's virtualized on premises or in the cloud. You stand up a new virtual machine from a VM template that you know has no malware on it. Then you recover your backed up domain controller to that fresh VM. Because we don't have the operating system, we're not tied to the HAL, we can recover to an alternate VM. So the scenario is you have a malware attack and you no longer trust the operating system that domain controller was sitting on. So what you do is you spin up a fresh virtual machine, whether it's local on premises or whether it's in the cloud, or even you rebuild a physical machine with with an operator and a CD. It doesn't matter. All we require is that the target machine be the same major version of the operating system and have the same disk layout of the backed up domain controller. Point it to that IP address and we can recover to it. So this gives you the ability in a scorched earth scenario where, let's say you have some domain controllers encrypted, your virtualization system is still working on premises, you spin up new virtual machines in your VMware, your Hyper-V environment, you point ADFR to those new virtual machines, and boom, you've just restored your forest. Or worse, a scorched earth scenario where your on-premises virtualization environment isn't working. So you stand up new virtual machines in Azure or in AWS or in Google Cloud. Point to those IP addresses and boom, stand up your Active Directory environment in IaaS virtual machines in the cloud, and you're back in business again. So that's what really sort of key sets us apart. What I'm going to do is show you a little bit of what that looks like in my lab environment. So in my environment here, let me actually go over to this machine. My lab is a forest with a root domain and a child domain and 4 domain controllers in this environment. And I am on this root domain right now on this domain controller, and I have an OU, and it's called an employees OU. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this OU for starters before I execute a forest recovery. So let me delete this OU. Are you sure you want to delete it? This is the thing that actually gives Active Directory administrators the shakes, is seeing this happening here. But I'm going to do it, and we'll say yes. Okay, and there it goes. So let's flip over and let's look at the Active Directory Forest Recovery product. Let's look at this is what's called the management server. The ADFR system has a management server. There are ADFR agents on every domain controller. There's an email server for notifications. And we also have the concept of distribution points. So we scale up into large environments. You can think of a distribution point as sort of a file server for storing ADFR backups. It allows us to scale let's put it like this. It allows ADFR to protect small law offices all the way up to Fortune 1 of hundreds and hundreds of domain controllers to protect their environment. ADFR has 2 consoles. It has an administration console for configuration, and then it has a recovery console for recovery. In administration, it looks very similar in some ways to the way a backup and recovery solution would look, the way conventional ones look, with a couple of significant differences. So if I look at the backup settings, I have backup rules here. And the backup rules are basically saying when to back up your Active Directory forest. We also have the concept of backup groups, which are what domain controllers you back up as part of this backup rule. And this can be very sophisticated and very flexible. You can back up every domain controller in your environment. You can back up Some you can back up half in one rule and half in another rule 12 hours later. You can take these backups and copy them from and have them back up to a distribution point and then copy to another distribution point for geographic fault tolerance. Lots of flexibility. But a key thing to point out here is this. This is the validation point. And what this tells you, and of course in a conventional backup and recovery software, it's saying, I found the servers, the job is configured correctly. What this does for ADFR is it tells you that every domain controller that you have included in this backup set is enough to recover the entire forest. So in my environment, as I said, I have a root domain and a child domain. If you just backed up the child domain controllers and not any DCs in the root domain, you don't have enough information to recover the forest. And that's what this is telling us. I have a rule here called child domain only that backs up only the child domain controllers. And it's telling me, no, I'm sorry, you are missing information that you need to recover the forest. So this tells you that you have the right information. We also have the ability to protect multiple forests from one ADFR management server. So the ADFR management server actually sits in a work group. It does not use Active Directory of any kind. It uses self-generated certificates and IP addresses to communicate with its agents. And everything about ADFR is designed to work outside of Active Directory because, of course, we assume that Active Directory may not be there if you have to go look into detail. And that's what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to flip over to the recovery console. And the recovery console is local. So this is all local. As you can see here, I'm in a work group. I'm logging into the same login domain is the same as the host name. And I'm logging on with this account, which is a local account. And that password is a separate password from the administration console, and it's stored in the local security store. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to execute a recovery on f3.lab. So we have three kinds of recoveries that we can do. We have a non-authoritative domain controller restore. Something's wrong with the DC, but the operating system's okay. You just basically need to reinstall AD on it. We have a partition recovery, which will do an authoritative restore of a partition if you have to do it, if perhaps there's a script that's gone wrong or there's been some rogue changes. And frankly, if you don't have our other product, Directory Services Protector, installed. And then there's the full forest recovery. And this is a very simple process to do a full forest recovery. I'm going to say, what's my most recent backup? Here are the domain controllers in the backup. Let me sort by domain so you can see. There's my root domain, there's my child domain. And if these domain controllers were destroyed, this would show red. But all you need to do to recover to an alternate domain controller is put in the IP address of that other target domain, that other target server I told you about. You don't have to have Active Directory installed on it. ADFR will take care of all of that. The only thing you need to have on there is an ADFR agent for ADFR to find it. And when I go away, it'll go check. And if the agent is good, it'll go green. And that's all I need to do to recover your Active Directory domain controller from one IP address to another IP address. Let me go forward with the analyze real quick here, and then I want to talk about the during the attack aspects of Active Directory. So here we are. It's going to restore all of these from backup. I'm going to say recover. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Now this is going to start the forest recovery process unattended. You'll see the RPC connection to these drop as the ADFR agents shut all the DCs down and reboot them into directory service recovery mode. There it goes. And I'll zoom in a little bit on this progress log, and you can see the steps that are taking place as it does a forest recovery. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk about the next aspect of protecting Active Directory, and that is specifically as a cybercrime target. We're all aware of both certainly the SolarWinds, Solaragate attack and the Hafnium attack. Both of these attacks, though they may not have used Active Directory for the initial incursion, they used Active Directory to propagate through the network. So a lot of these attacks are about how do they first get into a company. Once they're in, they use the next step in the attack chain, and they use Active Directory to propagate around. So this is where our other product, Directory Services Protector, DSP, comes into play. And before an attack, what you want to do is you want to look at the security posture of your Active Directory. It's a 21-year-old system, as we've talked about. And we all know the attack surface just grows. It never gets smaller. So what DSP provides you are real-time continuous vulnerability assessments of, at the moment, 59 different indicators of exposure or indicators of compromise. Continuous monitoring of them, that number is going to be going closer up to 100 different indicators. Things that we are seeing in organizations that are very, very proud of their Active Directory security can absolutely do better. So DSP shows you this continuous vulnerability assessment. It gives you tamper-proof tracking into the changes that are happening in Active Directory, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. Real-time security alerts, and the ability to not only roll things back simply with a click of a button, but also to auto-roll them back very quickly. And of course, the compliance reporting that is, of course, the table stakes for security software nowadays. So if we do a look at DSP, what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to go over to this other environment, and I have a computer here. I'm logged onto a computer named Pwned with an account named Bad Actor. So you can see that this is not necessarily going to be a good day in this environment. And I have, again, my employees OU here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just choose a few random users, and let's go in here, and I'm going to change their description. Now note, I can't talk and type at the same time. This is not something that the recycle bin can handle. The recycle bin can only handle deleted objects and recovered objects. That's it. There are many, many ways that things can change in Active Directory beyond that. If I look at other parts of this directory, I can go down here and I can see that I have, here's a service account, clearly. And it nicely tells me what it's used for, Tier 3 Production SQL Cluster. And I might add, by the way, the account that I'm working on, this Bad Actor account, Bad Actor is not a member of domain admins to be able to go and make these changes. Bad Actor appears to be a regular user account, but in fact, the threat actor here has gained domain dominance and then executed a DC Shadow attack. This is a Mimikatz module, a particularly nasty module called DC Shadow. And what it does is it evades detection. It injects a backdoor into Active Directory, and in a way that is not detected by any other product except for ours, and allows the attacker to evade detection because they will have full domain admin rights, but not a member of domain admin's group. And I'll explain all that in a second. So here's this SQL cluster, the service account handling a SQL cluster, and you know the deal with passwords. You know, after so many years, nobody resets service account passwords, and everyone's afraid to after many years. So because I'm here to have fun and to spell passwords correctly, I just changed it. So when that Kerberos ticket expires, that presumably line of business application is going to break. Now, I talked a little bit about DC Shadow. So I'm going to execute a DC Shadow attack here, and I will show you what this is about. But before I do that, or better yet, I am going to do that, and then let's talk about the security indicators. So I have Mimikatz open here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. There's a user called Bud Tinsky, and his object is Binsky, and I'm going to add into his SID history attribute the well-known SID, the 512 SID of the domain administrators of this domain. What that will do is give him domain admin rights without being a member of the domain administrators group. Not only that, it will not log that change in the security event log because of the mechanics of the way DC Shadow works. Essentially, it turns the attacker's workstation, this workstation, into a domain controller long enough to inject the changes and then demotes it. Because it's a domain controller, those changes are not logged in the security event logs. So tools that monitor the security event log will not see this backdoor that's injected. So I'm going to do this injection. I will queue it up here. And over here, I will basically push the change. And that's all it takes. It made a domain controller, pushed the change, and rolled it back. So let's talk about these security indicators as indicators of exposure and indicators of compromise. So this is Directory Services Protector. This is the newest, shiniest version of Directory Services Protector that's going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks. And here are my security indicators. You can see I've got 59 different indicators. I have an overall total score of a C. I have some warnings here, and I have one that was not evaluated because the feature is not installed. And here are the list of the security indicators and the most important things to look at. Here is one that's saying it's a severity of red, score of 0, Mimikatz DC Shadow in use. It maps it back to the MITRE security framework for persistence and defense evasion. So I can zoom into this and I can see, here's a description of what DC Shadow is all about. So this is great for information for the operator. They don't have to go hunt around on the web. They've got information on it here. And then you can dive into run history and you can see what has happened. I can expand it. And I can see that, in fact, in this environment, that another computer account called Bad Actor. So in this environment, this is my newer environment, there's a computer out there called Bad Actor, and Bad Actor executed the DC Shadow attack. So that's the pre-attack, the warnings, the ability to improve your security posture. The other is during the attack, like I was talking about. And in this during the attack, what you want to be able to do is detect threats and roll them back manually and automatically. We do this in a unique way. The Directory Service Protector gives you the ability to see into Active Directory changes because we put a DSP agent on every domain controller and one domain controller per domain. And this DSP agent acts like a little read-only domain controller. It issues the same RPC call, the get NC changes call, that a domain controller itself uses to the other domain controllers to collect all of the changes made to Active Directory. In other words, the Active Directory replication stream goes into our DSP agent. That is the untamperable source of truth in Active Directory, as you know. If it isn't in that stream, it didn't happen. So we take that information and we correlate, we drop it into a SQL Server database. And then we use audit agents to tell us who made the changes, because that's not in the replication stream. Tell us who made the changes. We pull that into SQL Server, we correlate the two, and we display it at the DSP management console. So we have a rolling stream of everything that has appeared in Active Directory in a way that can't be tampered with. If it's there, it's actually happened. So if I go take a look now at my DSP console, and let's go look at the changes console, we have a list of changes here that have occurred. And I can even pull this back a little forward. There's my timeline. That's just in the last few minutes. I'll pull it back a little more. So you can see everything that has changed. And if I zoom in, we can see right here, there are the two description changes from what they were to you've been owned. There's the password change for that, that service account. And here, importantly, here is the DC Shadow. Here's the footprint of the DC Shadow. So you'll see a couple things here. This is the service principal name that's registered. Other security products may show that, but only ours shows the actual backdoor that was injected into Active Directory. You'll note that there's no change information here. That's by design for the attackers. It's designed so that it does not show up in the log. But because we have the replication stream, we can see it. We can see everything. And for rolling it back, all we have to do is check the checkboxes for those changes, say undo, and say OK. And those changes will start rolling back. Now that's a manual change. We also have this capability called audit notifications. And the audit notifications will allow you to do automatic changes. So for example, an important place that you want to monitor in your environment is the domain admins group. Well, what this audit indicator will do is it will tell you, okay, let's monitor the domain admins container. And we could also monitor all privileged groups if we want, not a bad idea. If it was an OU, we'd notify if there are child objects in the OU. But specifically, what we're doing is we're saying, look at the member attribute and watch for an add operation. In other words, you're being added to the group. If that happens, send me a notification, automatically undo it, and write something to the security event log. So jump on it immediately, take immediate action before anyone sees anything, and let's do something about it. So I'm going to go back to my bad guy account here again. And let's go add, here's someone right here. Here's innocuous user. And we're going to add innocuous user to the domain admins group. So let's see here, domain admins. Great. We've added him. And that'll take about 30 seconds. And I'm not sure if it'll come across in this recording or not, but you will hear warnings start flying. In the meantime, I was going to mention that we don't just monitor the domain partition. We also monitor application partitions. We monitor the configuration partition. We even monitor the schema partition. Although, there it is. Don't know if you can hear that or not. But I just got a warning. And let's see what the warning has to say here. Here is the warning that there has been an addition to the domain admins group. And the user that was added is innocuous user. And the person that did it was bad actor. The account that did it was bad actor. So now you can go chase after bad actor. And by the way, we can do deep, deep forensic analysis on everything that's happened in Active Directory for months or a year back at a time with this product. It's all up to you and what you want to do with it. But if we go back and look to see what happened to innocuous user, he's been pulled out. He's no longer in domain admins. So manual and automatic remediation. We have the ability to monitor DNS. If you use Active Directory integrated DNS. Importantly, you have the ability to monitor group policy as well. So if I draw the timeline back here a little bit and I look, I can look and I can see, oh, look, here's the default domain policy. Maybe I don't remember making that change to the default domain policy. So let's see what has changed. Let's understand what's changed here. So I'll look at the previous version so I know what has changed, basically. And I get a comparison console. That's just the version number, not interesting. But I do see something here. And I zoom in and I see that essentially the password policy has been disabled in the default domain policy. Well, that's not a good thing. So what we want to do, of course, is roll it back to the previous version, thereby undoing the changes. And then the second thing that you want to do is go find out who made that change so you can go chase them down. And look, it's our old friend, bad actor. So that's the way this looks in this environment. Those are the capabilities that DSP has to protect your environment before an attack and during an attack in all sorts of detail that you just don't get in other ways. So let me flip back now and let's take a look back at the Active Directory forest recovery process, and let's see how that forest recovery looks. So I scroll down, everything global catalog completed, looks good. Recovery operation completed successfully, looks great. So looks like we're good. Let's log on to some of these things. This is kind of an annoying issue, but that's good. I'm logging back in, and let's take a quick look at the directory, and let's take a look, since this is a replication is an important thing. Let's take a look at replication. So let's do a repadmin REPL summary. Everything looks good there. And everything looks good in the employees OU. So everything is back and recovered. That took about 10 minutes. 350 user environment, about 10 minutes. Frankly, much larger production environments can get done within under an hour or a couple of hours. It really makes a huge difference. So let me go back to talking about protection and vulnerabilities. We also have a tool that is available that is a subset of what the Directory Service Protector solution does. DSP monitors Active Directory continuously against between 50 and 100 different indicators of exposure, and gives you that ability to monitor and roll back changes to Active Directory. We have a tool called Purple Knight that is a free tool that allows you to do a vulnerability scan, a security assessment of your Active Directory. It's a one-shot run, very straightforward to run, and it will give you pre and attack, post-attack security indicators. It will give you a feeling for the health of your Active Directory environment and actionable guidance on ways to beef it back up again. So I'm going to run this very simply in my environment. You'll see how easy it is to run. I'm on a computer called PK Client, and this user, Alice, is an unprivileged user in the domain and even an unprivileged user in the on this workstation. The Purple Knight package is an executable and a collection of signed scripts. So there's no registry, anything like that. This is all self-contained. Nothing gets phoned home. Nothing goes to the cloud. It is designed to be, and what the CISO of a very, very large and important company just the other day said, it's the best Active Directory security analysis tool he has ever seen. And this is just the free version of it. So what I'm going to do is accept the terms of the agreement, say next. I'm going to look at my lab. Now this is the same lab that I run DSP in. It will find it. It says it's a single domain. I'm going to say next. It will run 15. There are 59 different tools. By default, it will run 58. It will skip the zero logon vulnerability test because it takes a little bit longer, and it has to go out and touch every DC in your environment. So you may want to run it if you have many, like 50 plus DCs. Maybe you'll want to run it this time without it, or maybe you want to run it with it. I'm going to run the tests, and you'll see how long it takes to run. It takes, in my environment, it takes about 15 seconds, not counting the zero logon. And we're done. And boom, again, similar to what we saw when I was running it before, I get a D, and actually it's a little scary to see in a lot of the organizations we've seen. D is about what most people get. I can zoom into the full report and get a lot of detail, a lot of actionable, a lot of guidance on here. So here we are. You saw me running Mimikatz DC Shadow. Here's the warning that it's happened. I can zoom in on it, and it gives me all of this. It gives me the MITRE ATT&CK framework, the description, the compromise, where it found it. There's my computer right there, pwned, showing that it executed it. As a matter of fact, showing that it executed it just a few minutes ago, giving you remediation steps on what to do. More indicators in order of severity. So this will actually show you a little bit of the fallout of a DC shadow attack there. We have attacks that warn you about Kerberos golden ticket susceptibility. In other words, the KERB-TGT. When's the last time you changed the KERB-TGT password? Just a ton of information here. And as I say, it's what I like to jokingly say is before you run Purple Knight, make sure you've taken your vacation, because you're going to spend the next couple of weeks probably doing some remediation. But it is, this is the view of your Active Directory environment as an attacker may view it. So it's important to protect Active Directory, because they're one time or another, they are going to see this. They're going to see what you see, and you need to be able to close up those configurations. So to wind up, thank you for spending time with me and hopefully not tuning out too egregiously as I blab on and on with no one to talk to. Some next steps. Number 1, evaluate your worst case Active Directory cyber disaster preparedness. Think about how are you going to do a full forest recovery if you have had a cyber disaster and you can't trust the operating system that the domain controllers are sitting on. How are you going to come back quickly? Because remember, your organization is down. Super, super important. Time is money. And in that situation, what is the flexibility of your recovery scenarios? Can you recover to different ways, or are you restricted to a very narrow configuration? And then review your ability to protect and remediate Active Directory against indicators of exposure and indicators of compromise, and the ability to see everything that's happening and be able to roll it back. Even if you discover it happened 6 months ago, you can go back and roll it back. And I'll leave you with these words. 9 days for an Active Directory recovery isn't good enough. You should aspire to 24 hours. If you can't, then you can't repair anything else. And that came from someone that knows, the Maersk CISO, that went through the fire and really had to deal with it. That's our company, Semperis. Semper Paratus, that comes from Semper Paratus, which is always ready. We're protecting 42 million, we're probably closer to 43 million identities around the world today. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
The session is now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts and stick around. We have many more great sessions ahead.
People forget that everything starts with an ID and a password. Credentials or identity for access go unnoticed until something bad happens. And then first thing you got to recover is credentials to do any other kind of recovery. I think organizations need to not only protect Active Directory or credentials, but also build a plan to be able to recover and restore in the event something does happen. It's a topic at the board of director meetings. The threat landscape around cyber is just, the trajectory's just going straight up.
That's pretty sobering. Hello and welcome to Petri's one-day virtual conference on backup and recovery. My name is Russell Smith and I'm going to be hosting the first session today on Windows 10 deployment and recovery using modern management. There are lots of great speakers presenting throughout the day, and they'll be hosting the more meaty subjects like recovering critical infrastructure and business data. But because users are more widely dispersed than they were before, of course, because of the global health pandemic, recovering end user devices has now become trickier because we can't always rely on the legacy systems that were primarily designed for on-premises deployment and management of Windows and Windows Server. Windows Autopilot is part of Microsoft's modern management suite of technologies, and that includes things like Intune and Windows Update for Business. And I'm going to be showing you today how not only you can deploy Windows 10 using Microsoft's modern management, but also how you can use that technology to recover your endpoint devices and repurpose them so that you can hand them on either to another user or recover data so that the same user can carry on working with the device, maybe after there's been a problem with the OS or some kind of fault and you needed to redeploy it so that the user could carry on working. So a little bit about me before we carry on. I'm an independent IT consultant, trainer and author. I blog every week for the Petri IT Knowledge Base, so make sure you head over there and check out my blogs. I'm also a trainer at Pluralsight, and I've also got my own YouTube channel and Twitter feed if you'd like to follow me on social media. In this session, I'm going to show you how to provision and recover Windows 10 with no on-premises infrastructure. And in just one click, the device will be ready for the next user. Now, I've broken up today's talk into 6 main points. The first point that I'm going to cover is the problem with traditional management solutions with the current scenario that most companies find themselves in, having to provide for users that are geographically dispersed. Then I'm going to move on to talking in more detail about what Autopilot is and how that fits into Microsoft's modern management plan. Then I'm going to move on and talk about Windows Autopilot in more detail and how it fits into Microsoft's modern management. Then we'll look at the technical requirements for using Autopilot. I'll take you through the basic steps for configuring Windows Autopilot and how to register your devices. Then we'll look at how to recover devices using Autopilot. And finally, I'll cover some of the obstacles you might face and some of the reasons why you might not want to use Autopilot, depending on your organizational needs. So before we move on to Autopilot, let's have a look at the traditional solutions and how they fit into the current situation. So probably the solution that most of you will be familiar with is System Center Configuration Manager. Now, this was recently renamed to Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and now this incorporates Configuration Manager and Intune. Now, this was kind of a marketing thing so that Microsoft could bring all of its management technologies together and kind of reassure IT professionals that Configuration Manager isn't going away for those on-premises scenarios, and it's going to work in conjunction with Intune going forwards. Now, of course, there are various other technologies that we have as part of this that can be either used with Configuration Manager or independently, like the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit and Windows Deployment Services, which is a server role built into Windows Server for distributing images across your network. And finally there we have the Windows Assessment and Deployment Toolkit. Now, all of these technologies were primarily designed with your on-premises network in mind. Now, of course, Microsoft understood many years ago that System Center Configuration Manager couldn't be solely restricted to managing devices on the on-premises network because, of course, we've had remote users for many years now, even if it wasn't in the same quantity that we have today. So there are a couple of things that Microsoft did to Configuration Manager to expand its capabilities so that it could cope with managing remote users as well. So the first and probably the most commonly deployed is the Cloud Management Gateway. Now this works as a service that Microsoft provides in the Azure cloud, but it doesn't provide all of the features of the on-premises configuration manager. So you don't get access to the full feature set for your remote devices, but it's the easiest deploy of the remote management methods that are part of Configuration Manager. One of the other disadvantages, apart from having to use a cloud-based service, which of course not all organizations want to do, is that your devices must be joined to Windows Server Active Directory. Now, of course, for most organizations, that is probably going to be the case anyway, so that shouldn't be a big setback. But for organizations that have decided to go fully in with the cloud, then of course that might be an issue, because of course they may not have their Windows Server Active Directory domain controllers anymore. The other way that you can extend configuration to the cloud is by using Internet-based Client Management, or IBCM for short. Now, there are of course disadvantages with this method in that while it doesn't require a cloud-based service like the Cloud Management Gateway, it requires you to set up internet-facing site servers. Now, of course, that's an additional on-premises infrastructure requirement that you're going to have to put in place and somehow manage. And not only that, because of the additional requirements of those remote devices authenticating with those servers, you're also going to need a public key infrastructure in place to make sure that you can deploy and distribute certificates so that those devices can authenticate with your new internet-facing servers. So IBCM provides a bit more flexibility than the Cloud Management Gateway, but it's much more difficult to set up and of course requires you to do the ongoing management rather than having Microsoft manage everything in the cloud with their Cloud Management Gateway service. So as you can see, it can all get complicated rather quickly with Configuration Manager if you want to extend it to remote users because of the complexity of either IBCM or having to use a cloud service. But there is another way, Microsoft calls it modern management, and Windows Autopilot is part of that. So let's have a look in a bit more detail how Windows Autopilot works and how it differs from Configuration Manager and its support for remote workers. So Windows Autopilot is actually a suite of technologies, it's not just one thing, and it includes Microsoft Intune and it uses Azure Active Directory. So you do need to have Azure Active Directory to be able to use Autopilot, so you need to be in on the cloud to a certain extent at least, and you need some form of mobile device management. Now, mobile device management is similar to group policy but designed for mobile devices, so you don't need to have a domain controller where those remote devices check in all the time via a VPN or whatever to a DC to update their group policies. This is designed for devices that just have internet connectivity. Now, Intune is Microsoft's mobile device management service, or you can use Windows Autopilot with a third-party MDM solution. So you don't have to use Intune, it's not compulsory. Windows Autopilot is designed to provision new devices for end users. Now, it's not an imaging solution, so it's not designed to replace Configuration Manager or the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, but it's designed to work with solutions like Intune to provision the device and then get users up and running without having to deploy a full system image to those remote devices to get them up and working. So not only can you provision devices and get all of the software installed, all of your configuration settings in place, using your chosen MDM solution, but you can also reset, recover and repurpose devices. So for instance, maybe a user is moving to another job and you need to hand a device over to a new employee, or maybe there's been a problem with the device and you just need to reset the operating system so that everything works properly for that user again. So you can also use it in that scenario. In terms of recovering data and settings and configuration, all that will be done via Intune or your MDM solution, of course. And in terms of recovering data, if you're fully in on the cloud, then you would look towards using something like OneDrive to synchronize any data back to the device so the user has access to it again. So that's what Autopilot does from a high level, but let's have a look in a little bit more detail about what Autopilot actually does. So the first thing that Autopilot does is when the device has got a network connection, it will automatically join that device to your Azure Active Directory domain. It also works with hybrid Azure AD joins. So this is when a device needs to be joined to an on-premises Windows Server Active Directory domain, but registered with Azure Active Directory. Now, I'm not going to cover that in detail in this session, but I just want to say that it's a much more complicated scenario, but Windows Autopilot does support it nevertheless. Once the device has been joined to Azure Active Directory, then Windows Autopilot facilitates getting that device auto-enrolled into your MDM solution, whether that be Intune or a third-party offering. It allows you to restrict admin account creation on the device. It allows you to create and auto-assign devices to Intune configuration groups, so you can apply different configurations to different devices. And it allows you to customize the out-of-box setup experience. So this is where you boot Windows for the first time, and users usually get asked things like accepting the license agreement, setting the regional settings and keyboard and language, and maybe choosing what privacy settings they want. You can configure all of that in advance so that the user doesn't have to deal with it, and Autopilot automatically manages that for the user. So with these two different solutions that I've talked about, configuration management, which is the kind of traditional solution for managing on-premises systems, and Intune or mobile device management, maybe you decide to use it with or without Autopilot. These things can either be used in isolation, so you can go with one solution or the other, or you can use them together, and Microsoft calls this co-management. So you can see on the screen how that might look. You might have devices partly configured with the on-premises. You might have some devices managed solely by Configuration Manager. You might have others only managed by Intune, and you might have some devices that are managed by both Configuration Manager and Intune. So what do you need for Autopilot to work? The first thing is that you need to have a supported version of Windows 10. Now, all of the feature updates for Windows 10 that have been released, I think in the last couple of years, support all of the functionality of Windows Autopilot. If you're using either a version that's not supported or that's maybe 3 or 4 years old, then you need to look at that in more detail to check whether Autopilot is supported and whether all of the Autopilot features are supported with that particular release. But if you're on a reasonably up-to-date feature update of Windows 10, then it shouldn't be a problem in general. And this applies to releases on the semi-annual channel and also the long-term servicing channel. Because this works with a cloud service, you of course need to be connecting to Azure Active Directory and MDM. So internet access is a given, of course. If your remote devices don't have internet access, then you can forget about Autopilot. This just isn't going to be a goer. You need to look at licensing as well, and I'll talk about that in more detail later in this session. Your Windows devices will need to have the recovery environment installed to be fully compatible with Autopilot. So when you're ordering devices from an OEM, make sure that is installed as part of their image. If you want to use Autopilot Reset, then you need to be using Windows 10 build 17672 or higher. Let's talk about the different ways you can use Autopilot to provision devices. Now, as you've already guessed, Windows Autopilot doesn't use system imaging like Configuration Manager. So what is Microsoft's take on this? Microsoft says that, well, OEMs are optimizing their system images and spending a lot of time configuring them to make sure that they work properly. So why don't you just use the OEM image for your devices? Now, I can hear you saying, well, because we don't want all of the bloatware and software that it comes installed there. And Microsoft says, well, okay, just uninstall it. Now, you can either uninstall it using Intune, so you can, have Intune remove any software that you don't want to have on those devices, or you can ask your vendors to provide you with a clean image. And most vendors will do that at no extra cost if you ask them to do it. And the advantage of using the provided vendor image is that you have everything there in place, especially the drivers, of course, which can be a huge pain point. You don't need to do everything. The device will just work, and you just need to configure it either with additional software and your corporate settings to make it look and work how you would like. Now, there are several different ways you can use Autopilot to deploy and provision devices. Now, the first is user-driven deployment, and this is the default deployment type. So devices, they get shipped straight from the vendor to the user, and basically all the user has to do is switch the device on, provide a few simple inputs, their username and password, of course, for Azure Active Directory, and the device is up and running, and that's it. They will have to wait for various things to happen. Of course, if Intune needs to install software and make any configuration changes, the user sits and waits for that to happen, but basically they need to do very little. There's also the option to deploy devices where there is absolutely no user interaction at all. So this might be useful for digital signage or kiosks or very specific devices that don't have an end user assigned to them. You can also use Autopilot to update existing devices to upgrade them from Windows 7 or Windows 8.1 to the latest Windows 10 feature release. And finally, there's Windows Autopilot for pre-provision deployment. Now, this used to be called white glove provisioning, and this works by, instead of sending the devices straight from the OEM to the user, they go to IT first. IT steps through some of the install process of Autopilot so that the software gets installed from Intune, the configuration settings are put in place, and then it gets shipped to the user. And the idea of this kind of deployment is to make it faster for the end user. So they get their device, some of the work has already been done by IT, and the user doesn't have to wait as long until they're able to get to a working desktop. Now, I said that I would come back to licensing, and of course it's important because these cloud services are not for free. So that's going to be a disadvantage, of course, for some organizations who maybe are not all in on the cloud yet or are just dipping their toes into the water, so to speak. Now, in order for MDM auto enrollment to be configured and set up, and that's part of the requirements for using Autopilot, you will need to enable it. And in order to do that, you must have an Azure AD Premium P1 or P2 license. Now, the good news is that you only need one license. So an administrator needs to be assigned this license so that they can go into Azure Active Directory, into the Endpoint Manager settings, and enable auto enrollment for your devices. You don't need to have every user assigned an Azure AD Premium license. On this page, so this is part of the setup for Windows Autopilot, you will need to either just accept the defaults for your Intune settings, and that's probably what many organizations are going to do. But if you're going to be using a third-party MDM solution, then you will need to put in the URLs for that service on this page. You will also need to set up your company branding in Azure Active Directory, and this allows you to do things like create a sign-in page background image. That's what users see when they sign on to Azure Active Directory. Maybe they're signing into Office, of course, which uses Azure AD, and they will see a corporate logo or image there. It also allows you to do things like add a banner and sign-in page text. Maybe you want to put some kind of message there that users have to read before they can sign in. Okay, so let's have a look at the basic steps about how you would set up Windows Autopilot in your organization. I'm just going to go over this at a very high level, but it really is as simple as I'm going to show you. There are just several steps that you need to go through, and I'm going to show you all of those steps now, and then we'll move on to look at how we can recover devices using Autopilot. Now, in a production environment, the idea with Autopilot is that you purchase devices from an OEM, and ideally you have them harvest the IDs that are required to register those devices in the online Autopilot service. And they can even upload those IDs to Autopilot for you, or they can send them to you and you can upload them. But it can basically be a completely hands-off thing, and OEMs, they have special tools that they can use to get the IDs from each piece of hardware that they're going to send to you. or send directly to your users. But you can do it manually, and it just involves running a very simple script that you can download from Microsoft's website. And you can see here on the screen that I've just run that script in a PowerShell window, and basically it outputs the result to a text file. So basically you log on to the device. Of course, you need to start up the device, physically have it in your hands, start up the device, run this PowerShell script, and it will pull out the ID that's required to register the device with Autopilot. And what you get is a text file that looks something like this. So it's basically just a simple comma delimited file. The hardware ID itself is just a load of gobbledygook that, is not human readable. And then you basically just upload this to your Intune portal on the Windows Autopilot devices page. And you can see that I'm doing that there on the right hand side of the screen. And it's really simple. And once you've uploaded the CSV file, and then the devices listed in that file will be listed under the devices column on the right. Next, you need to create and assign an Autopilot profile. Now, what this does is determine what the out-of-box setup experience is going to look like for end users. So you can see here on the profile that I've created that I've selected various options. So we've got things like hiding the privacy settings and determining what type of user account is going to be created as the user logs on. Is it going to be a standard user or an administrator, for instance? And you can see there are various things that you can configure there so that the user gets the experience that you want them to have when they boot the device. And the last part of creating this profile is to assign it to a group. So you could assign it to the group all devices. So this profile is applied to any devices registered for Autopilot, or you can create specific groups. In this example, I've created a group called Autopilot Testing, and I'm assigning this particular profile to devices in that group. Now, once you've created an Autopilot profile, it will probably take a few minutes before it is assigned to a device. So if you come back to your Windows Autopilot devices in Intune, you can see each device listed. I have 2 devices here. You can see the serial number for those devices. And you can see at the moment that the profile status has now changed to assigned. Now, why I mentioned that it's important that it should say assigned is because if you're going to harvest the IDs that are required to register devices with Autopilot manually yourself using the script method that I showed you, it's important that you don't reset the device until the profile status has changed to assigned in Intune. Otherwise, when you reboot it, you might find that it's a problem and that it won't be recognized as a registered Autopilot device. Now, of course, none of this matters if you're getting the devices from your OEM partners, but just remember that once you've harvested the ID from the device, you will need to reset it, and you should wait for the profile status to have changed to assigned if you're doing that process manually. Now, once the device has been registered with Autopilot, if everything's working properly and the profile has been assigned, as you start up the device, as it's handed out to the end user, they should be brought to your customized out-of-box experience. And in my case, I've basically turned off pretty much everything, so the user doesn't have to opt to do anything or choose privacy settings, for instance. Everything is done for them, and they come straight to this welcome screen. So RSITC, this is my Azure Active Directory, and then the user can sign in with their username, which in this case, of course, is their email address. And that's pretty much it. You sign in, and then the user will be taken to their desktop. Maybe some extra configuration needs to happen, of course, if you've got Intune or your MDM provider installing settings or installing applications or doing various things. But that's something that you can also control using an enrollment status page, whether the user gets access straight away to the desktop or whether they have to wait until all of those things are installed. But that's a subject for another time, but you can configure that with Autopilot to make sure that things are in place before users get to poke around on their desktop. So that's basically how you deploy devices using Autopilot. It really is that simple, and there isn't much that you need to do, assuming that you don't have a hybrid Azure AD scenario where you have on-premises domain controllers and Azure Active Directory. It all gets quite a lot more complicated. But anyway, if you're in that simple situation where you're all in with the cloud, Autopilot is really easy to set up. So what about recovering devices using Autopilot? And that's what I want to talk about in detail next, because that's why we're all here today, of course. So I don't know if you're already familiar with the Intune portal, but there are several options there for wiping and resetting devices already before we even start talking about Autopilot. And it's quite useful to understand how they work so that you can understand what Autopilot adds to the mix. And you can see there I've highlighted on the slide, we've got retire, wipe, delete, and then on the far right hand side of the screen we've got fresh start and autopilot. So let's have a look at how all of those different options work. So I'm not going to go through the options in the order that they appear on the screen, just because it's easier to explain them if I explain them in a particular order, and you'll understand when we get to the autopilot reset section. So let's have a look at wipe to start with. What does this do exactly? Now, if you choose to wipe a device, what this will do is reset it to the factory out-of-box experience. So the setup provided by the OEM vendor, not what you've configured in Autopilot, but what the OEM vendor has configured. So you get a complete wipe of the operating system, and it will take you back to a device that is not suitable for using in your particular organization. Now, it's better to use this option if you have a situation where the device has been lost or stolen, because you don't want to re-provision the device so that it can be used with your organizational Azure Active Directory and MDM solution, of course. You just want to reset the device, put it back to factory settings, and that's it. Now, you can optionally with wipe choose to keep my files, essentially, so keep the personal files of the user. That is an option that you can decide to use with wipe if you want, but ultimately it's still going to remove the MDM settings and reset the OS. Optionally, you can choose to keep the user's files, but it still will get rid of the MDM settings and reset the OS. So when you retire a device, this removes managed data and apps, and it also unenrolls the device from your MDM service, and it removes any connection that the device has to Azure Active Directory. And retiring is best used in situations where you have a bring your own device scenario. So the device belongs to the user, and you don't want to necessarily wipe anything or reset the OS, of course, because the device is the user's. You're going to be in a bit of trouble if you reset their OS, of course, but you just want to move any data, apps, or connection to your organization, and that is when we use the retire option. Delete is very similar to retire, but it removes the record for the device in Intune immediately. So you should really retire a device before you delete it, but deleting a device can be useful if there are stale records in Intune. Maybe you've been reprovisioning and for whatever reason there are devices that no longer exist. Then you can use delete in this scenario. So Fresh Start is very similar to wipe, but instead it also removes the vendor's app. So you get the vendor's image, but minus their bloatware, if you like. It also includes, just like wipe, the option to keep my files, so you get to retain user data if you want. So when we're using Autopilot, we get another option, and this is called Autopilot Reset. So this removes the user profile. So that means, of course, you get rid of all the personal data, their apps and settings. And what this does is it retains the operating system and the Azure AD join and the MDM enrollment. So you basically, all it really does is get rid of the last user profile on the device, but keeps all of the connections to your organization. So you don't have to have the user go through the setup experience again. They don't need to go through the out-of-box setup experience if you're handing the device to another user, or if you're giving it back to the same user after some kind of issue. The operating system resets, but all of those connections to your organization remain in place. Other things get left in place, like keyboard settings, any provisioning packages that have been deployed that have been created using the Windows Configuration Designer, Wi-Fi connections. So all of those things that the user needs to get up and running are in place, and you don't need to go through the out-of-box experience to configure them again when you perform an autopilot reset. So of course, autopilot reset is ideal for when you're re-provisioning a device for reuse in your organization, either with the same user or a different user. So there are a couple of different ways that you can initiate an autopilot reset. The first is remotely using the Intune portal. So if you remember, we had the autopilot reset option next to Fresh Start. You can do that remotely, or you can do it on the local device, but there are a couple of requirements. You need to have the disable automatic redeployment credentials setting disabled, and you can do that using Intune or group policy. And if that is disabled, from the lock screen, you can then press Control, the Windows key, and R to initiate an autopilot reset. So you can see here on the screen, I have a device that I want to reset. So all I have to do is select it in the list of devices, then click Autopilot Reset in the list of options at the top, and then just confirm, do I really want to perform this reset or not? In order for the device to actually reset, somebody has to reboot it or start it. So if the device is logged on, somebody's using the device, regardless of whether you've chosen to perform an autopilot reset, it's not going to suddenly log the user out and stop them from doing their work. It will require that device to actually be rebooted. As the device reboots, as I said earlier, the user doesn't get to go through the out-of-box experience again. That's not required. All of those settings remain in place, and they will get taken straight back to the logon screen once the operating system has reset. So they're able to go straight back in, either the same user using their username and password, or a different user, of course, depending on what you're doing with that device and the reason for resetting it. And as I said before, any other settings and configuration are restored using Intune, so any applications will be reinstalled using Intune. And of course, in terms of data, then this is designed for use with the cloud. So you'd be looking at using OneDrive to give the user access to any data that they have in the cloud. So as you can see, Windows Autopilot is great in principle. It's really easy to set up. It's really simple. But like any technology, there are going to be some drawbacks, and that's what we're going to talk about now. Is this going to work for you or not? So the first thing is that you need to have an investment in the cloud, of course. If your organization is all about on-premises, then Autopilot is not for you. It does require, of course, things like Azure, Active Directory, Intune. Otherwise, it's just a non-starter. Now, what I described today, this process for setting up Autopilot and for performing resets and doing all of this stuff, it was all relatively easy, as you saw. But if you're going to be talking about a hybrid environment where you've got Azure Active Directory working with Windows Server Active Directory on premises, then everything gets much more complicated. Now, of course, I'm not saying that it's something that's unmanageable, but it's just, it's not as simple. And you need to consider that before you think about deploying Autopilot and look at all the requirements in much more detail. For instance, you need to have a VPN infrastructure in place. Why? Because when Autopilot performs the hybrid join, the device must have access to a domain controller. And of course, if the device is remote, which is the whole point of this really, the only way you're going to get access to a domain controller is really using a VPN. So you need to have all of that infrastructure in place. And most always on management VPN solutions, they require some kind of public key infrastructure, which can also be difficult to set up and maintain. So you need to bear that in mind as well. The other thing that I wanted to say about VPNs is that, of course, okay, if you need a VPN, you need a VPN to use Autopilot. That's a decision your organization has to make. But a lot of organizations are now looking to move away from VPN solutions and go with a zero trust. So, for instance, users are able to access corporate data and applications without any kind of VPN connection. And there are all sorts of different solutions in place from Microsoft and other providers that allow you to do that without having to establish a VPN. Of course, I realize that lots of organizations still have VPNs in place, so doing all of this Autopilot stuff in a hybrid environment may not be a problem at all, depending on what infrastructure you already have there, of course. And finally, you need to have an up-to-date version of Windows 10. So if you're running, a 6-year-old version of Windows 10 on the long-term servicing channel, then Windows Autopilot is also not for you. So I hope you can see how Autopilot can help you get your devices up and running again, how you can deploy them quickly, and how this really simplifies the management scenario if you compare it to Configuration Manager, for instance. And I'll just leave you with a few parting thoughts. With Autopilot, you can use it to reduce the amount of time that IT spends provisioning, retiring, and managing devices, and it reduces your on-premises infrastructure requirements. And it's really easy for remote and on-premises users even just to get their devices back up and running again. It's easy for them, it's easy for IT, it's great for provisioning, it's great for resetting, recovering and repurposing, and I encourage you to have a look at Autopilot if you've got some investment in the cloud. It's a really interesting solution. And that's it from me today. We've got some other great speakers coming up, so don't go anywhere, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference.
The session is now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts and stick around. We have many more great sessions ahead.
One of the very few points of control you still have is around an identity system. Who can log in? Who has user accounts? What access do they have? How do you think about identity as really the only control plane that you have in this kind of new world?
People forget that everything starts with an ID and a password. Credentials or identity for access go unnoticed till something bad happens. And then first thing you got to recover is credentials to do any other kind of recovery.
Right.
I think organizations need to not only protect Active Directory or credentials, but also build a plan to be able to recover and restore in the event something does happen.
If everything else fails, you're sort of left with having to recover this environment. It's sort of your last line of defense. And if it's an identity system, like an Active Directory, chances are all of your business applications, even all of your administrative, potentially even all of your DR applications are dependent on that being up first. How do you think about identity recovery in the context of disaster recovery?
I think you have to plan for a cyber event the same way you plan for a natural disaster. So lots of organizations plan for hurricanes and fire and tornadoes. They need to plan for a cyber event in the same way, and I think it is an area that companies need to improve upon. It's a topic at the board of director meetings. They want to know what companies are doing around information security and cyber preparedness.
Good point. We always prepare for those worst case natural disasters, but we see in the news every day these cyber disasters happening with frequency that we would never experience in the natural disaster world.
And the sophistication of them is only going to get greater. The threat landscape around cyber is just, the trajectory's just going straight up.
That's pretty sobering.
People forget that everything starts with an ID and a password. Credentials or identity for access go unnoticed until something bad happens. And then first thing you gotta recover is credentials to do any other kind of recovery.
Right.
I think organizations need to not only protect Active Directory or credentials, but also build a plan to be able to recover and restore in the event something does happen. It's a topic at the board of director meetings. The threat landscape around cyber is just, the trajectory's just going straight up.
That's pretty sobering.
Hi and welcome to this presentation on the webcast. My name is Rick Vanover and we're going to talk about ransomware. The war continues. Advice, tips, and best practices. This session is sponsored by Veeam. Let's get into it. So, I have three main things I want to cover today. One is I'm going to go through some information, some observations that I have about ransomware. I specialize in helping organizations use backup and how they recover as a way to beat ransomware. I'm going to share some tips on monitoring and detection and more based on observations of what ransomware is, how it behaves, and I'm also going to show a demo. I'm going to get my hands dirty and I'm going to show you one of the newest capabilities that Veeam has to help you beat ransomware, and it's really powerful, really good way to help you win. So let's jump into it. So Veeam, as I mentioned, is the sponsor of this particular webcast, and our product strategy is pretty clear. We want to have products that are simple, flexible, and reliable. Now the magic here is that when it comes to ransomware, you kind of need all three. You need the reliable recovery, you need a simple product, something easy to use. When I show you this ransomware resiliency technique with the immutable storage, you're going to love what you see. And you also need some flexibility. That also includes where and how you restore. Whether you need to move to the cloud, or restore just a file, or restore to a different platform. That's something Veeam can help you with. And at the end of the day, we need the reliability to know that what we back up is indeed recoverable. So really, everyone should know that your data is the most important asset you have. And the threats to it are many and mighty. And ransomware, when it comes into the mix here, can really put all of this to risk. And like I said, my specialization here at Veeam is helping organizations be resilient against ransomware, and backup and the ability to recover is one of the most effective ways. Now there's all kinds of other practices like detection and user training and all those other things. You need to be doing that too. But I'm going to help you here with three things. One, some education, and just being here, you're taking a good step. And this is also an educational technique, not just for your end users, but also your IT administrators. People like you as IT pros, you need to have the education as well. But I think that education is highly underestimated in its effectiveness. I'd go so far as to say that complete education is probably more effective than more technology, believe it or not. That being said, bad things still happen to good data. So what could be the next line of defense? One is your backup and recovery implementation. This will 100% predicate how you get out of ransomware if it gets introduced. But we all have to agree that if ransomware comes in, the only option is to restore. I think that's important because you don't want to be dealing with conscious loss of data, you don't want to be paying the ransom, and more importantly, you don't want to really have to think about it. But to get to that point, it basically predicates that you've implemented a remediation plan. So all of this works together. You educate yourself on what the threats are, educate yourself on what backup can do, and how you would want to recover, and then should an incident happen, you have what you need to respond. So let's jump in and take a closer look at these capabilities and how you can assess things. So one of the things I like to do is talk to the Veeam support team. Now, if you use Veeam, great. If you don't use Veeam, you'll learn a little bit about how we think about ransomware here. But Tim, one of the support managers, there's a special team, we call it SWAT, that sits in between Tier 1 and Tier 2 for critical incidents, and ransomware is addressed by that team. And I just randomly on Microsoft Teams, I said, hey Tim, any tips for organizations to beat ransomware? And he gave me this, and this is exactly his quote. I actually took this right out of Teams and made this into the webinar. I got his permission, of course. But the last sentence tells it all. Honestly, users need to have mortal fear put into them. This is a group that sees ransomware every day, all the different threats. So education, education, education. That's a big investment. So when I said that education is one of those really important things, that's coming from people who deal with it every day. That's where I'm coming from. So let's talk about a few trends. I know we've all seen ransomware on the news. We've seen different types of publications, and we're all aware of the different things that can be happening, and you don't want to be that headline. We all agree on that. But let's jump in and take a look at some of the different trends that exist. So first of all, what is ransomware? Well, ransomware is malware, simply put, that does bad things to your data. We have two kind of definitions we like to throw out there, ransom locker and crypto locker types. But the reality is they're data destructive software. Now there's also new emerging behaviors called extortion or DocX, meaning it'll ransom your data from an extortion standpoint online, selling it on like the dark web and the like, and concurrently encrypting and deleting your data. So that's a new emerging threat. So again, back to the security tools, like what's being sent out of your organization, that's something to look at. And again, from the organization here, our perspective, we've seen some interesting things. Like I was talking to the support team one time, and there was a ransomware that made a native call to a SQL Server app to encrypt the databases, and the ransom was selling the key to decrypt it. So it's like there's all kinds of threats out there, right? So many threats against your data. How do we go about kind of protecting that? Well, we want to make sure that we don't be the next headline. And you've all seen these, right? You know, I like to get a show of hands when I do these types of presentations in person, and I ask how many of you have had a ransomware incident, and you'd be surprised how many people raise their hands. What I'm getting at, it's not if, it's when. And then, you know, now we have some legal implications about paying the ransom. Some places around the world, it's actually not even legal to pay the ransom. So what do we do, right? Well, we want to walk through a simple step of having some monitoring of what's going on. That's a very important first step. And when I say first step, I mean we need to know what's going on in our environment, what's changing, what maybe isn't normal behavior, some sort of things like that. And we want to have some planning, like how do we address an incident? How do we respond, right? And we want to make sure that the backups we take are indeed recoverable. If we don't have that confidence, we can't go anywhere further down this conversation. And then at some point, we're going to have to think about what happens when an incident happens. And that's where we want to think about some scanning and some forensic capabilities, because any organization who's been through ransomware, they're very confident in saying that there's a lot of things you have to do special and different once an incident happens. Things like isolation and some of the other types of things, because you activate your plan and start isolating the affected workloads, you start your recoveries. But the right side of the process is something comfortable, something familiar, and something that you know how to do these types of scenarios. So in the Veeam world, what we like to do is kind of walk you through that journey in the same way. The first point is Veeam One, and that's a monitoring solution if you haven't heard of it. In fact, if you're new to Veeam, I really recommend you check out Veeam One Free Edition, because the ransomware activity alarm, which I've got a screenshot of that, and I'll show you that here when we go in the demo while I'm at it. That's included in the free edition. There you go. There's yet another way you can have some ransomware visibility. And then Data Labs, which is ensuring that what we've backed up is indeed recoverable. That's really important, but it also can be used as a recovery technique and isolation technique to make sure that when we reintroduce something like a restore, we're not bringing the threat back. And then immutability or object locking, great ways to be resilient. And then should we reach that same stage where something happens, again, we've already ensured that what we have is recoverable. We have backups that are in ultra resilient states, and we have monitoring. Well, then we're going to detect that something's happening. We're going to implement some scanning, in this API that Veeam has is a great way that you can take a look at your data and see if there's any threats. And then we can put in the plan to respond. And that's all the different recovery techniques. And there's just 3 of them right there. But there's a lot on the truck here at Veeam to really help you guide through this journey. So when I walk through that high level flow of an incident, I have to kind of sometimes back into how that looks for many organizations. And let's do that here. So there's a lot of Veeam features, I understand, but there's one thing I want you to remember. Well, it's actually 3 things. It's the 3-2-1-1-0 rule. Now, you might have heard of the 3-2-1 rule, which says keep 3 different copies of data on 2 different media, with one of them being off-site. Now, that's a great way to be resilient against a lot of different threats. It's very versatile. It doesn't require any specific technology. And one of the things I really like is that it's really resilient to any failure scenario, including ransomware. Now, you can do one better, and having one copy of data on something that's either offline, air-gapped, or immutable. Now, I'll get into the specifics of what that is, but that's what I call an ultra-resilient media type. And then really have confidence in things and have no errors with sure backup recovery verification. So this is the recipe. This is the way on how to be resilient against these threats. And I think that Veeam is really important as a partner in your strategy to beat ransomware. And we have the technology to do it. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So I mentioned this phrase, ultra resilient media. Now, let me be very specific here. And I'll be as transparent as I can here. Every organization that I've spoken to, I love talking to companies who have and have not had successful outcomes against ransomware. Every single one of them who does not have a successful outcome against ransomware, they have one thing in common. They do not have a copy of backup data in this form. So if you remember anything from this session, remember the way is to have a copy that's ultra resilient. So let me explain what I mean by that. So here's the menu. Now, I've walked down this list from top to bottom and kind of different levels of resiliency. Let's start with tape. Now, I know it's 2021, and I know that tape is something that everyone has a story about. But, you know, if you take tape media, especially if you mark it as worm, write once, read many, and that media is outside the library, that's very resilient. It is offline, it is immutable, and it is air-gapped. Okay, so it's really all three of these characteristics in one. It's very, very interesting, but again, not really, you know, I can't make that assumption for everybody, so let's walk down the list. Now, replication and storage snapshots, a little caution here. I don't give these the full ultra-resilient indication, so it depends on how you implement. So primary storage, for example, like Pure Storage Safe Mode snapshots or NetApp SnapLock snapshots, those are really effective techniques that you can have some really strong resiliency from the storage systems. And then replication. I see a lot of organizations use DR to beat ransomware. And just be really specific on how you implement that, because you want to make sure you're using different credentials, source and target, to really benefit from that off-site and powered off standpoint. Veeam Cloud Connect is a very interesting technology as well with the insider protection. There's a lot of service providers providing this around the world. So you can have backup storage as a service with this out-of-band copy of your data. So it's really versatile. It also helps you protect against insider threats, malicious administrators, and accidental deletion. Then you can have at the third to last, the rotating hard drives or removable media that can be ejected offline. That's an attractive option on the edge. Remote workers, something to think about nowadays. And then the last two, immutable backups in the cloud, whether it's S3 compatible storage or the public AWS S3, or the new kid on the Veeam block, the hardened Linux repository with immutable Linux backups. A lot of ways that you can have immutability. And if I'm looking through the menu right here, I don't think any of them require any additional Veeam cost. I mean, there'd be a service provider cost for Cloud Connect, and then for the public AWS S3, there's a cost, but Veeam's not going to charge you extra for this. So very easy and accessible. So over in the monitoring department, I mentioned Veeam One. Really want to think about this. This has a lot of different alarms. I'd like to say with Veeam One, I guarantee you it'll tell you something about your environment that you didn't know, but you need to fix. And here's that possible ransomware activity alarm. Now, the beautiful thing about this alarm, friends, is that it'll trigger it, and I want to do something with it. I want it to, you know, let me know that there's a real problem. Page me on, or SMS me on my phone, or send me an email. But you can also introduce some remediation actions that'll do a little bit more aggressive things. Like you can have it power off that virtual machine. You can have it send an email, take another backup, right? You could get into some really interesting workflows. And then if you ever have to deal with security people, they know what this is. This is the NIST cybersecurity framework. This is a very strong way that you can have a security conversation around beating ransomware, but put it in the perspective of every individual tool that you have, whether you have detection tools, whether you have scanning tools, whether you have backup tools. Walk the wheel here, and this will help you have a very comprehensive strategy. So let me do that for you. The first is identification. Having awareness of what you have, and these three lists of capabilities here aligned to things that Veeam can do. So Veeam One is where you would do that, as well as some of the platforms you use. And then protection, right? That 32110 rule, having immutable copies, the sure backup recovery verification. A lot of people start here and implement, but if they don't have that immutable element, they're going to not have as good of a success the rest of the way down. Detection, I mentioned the API will scan inside of the backups and allow you to do more aggressive anti-malware detection. That's a very interesting technique because the systems are powered off, so the threat can't jump around in memory, that type of thing. And then when something happens, let's kick the response plan into action. That's where Veeam Disaster Recovery Orchestrator and some of the different other capabilities that come with Veeam can really allow you to respond to a threat well, and then the whole promise delivered on recovery. And this is where, Veeam, from a backup standpoint, you think, well, I think protect and recover is where it would work in the framework. But the reality is some of the stronger elements are in detection and response with Veeam. But regardless, there's capabilities entirely across the wheel, and this can help you walk through the wheel and have that experience you need to align to an established framework and then get the recovery that you need. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's take a look at a demo. So I'm going to switch over here, and here we are. So what I want to show you right now is Veeam Backup and Replication version 11. This is our newest version. It's been out for about a month and a half or so, V11. All right, good stuff. I probably need to get on my license here in a second. Now, if you're not familiar with Veeam, there's a couple of things I want to show you. One is that our backups are using what's called a repository. And backup repositories are simply where Veeam backups go. So let's take a look here at this one in particular. This backup repository is the new one, the Linux Immutable Backups. And you can see right here that it's got a cute little penguin, and it's Linux repository, and I've given it a name, HLR, Hardened Linux Repository Immutable. So that makes sense to me in the environment. Now what I can take a look at, and it's already set up, but the properties of the repository are very easy to set up. So I'm not a Linux expert, and I don't really need to be to get this great capability. But right here tells me everything I need to know. One, I'm using this XFS cloning. Now that's not required for the immutability, but it's really nice to add. If the XFS file system is used, I can get a storage efficiency on it. It's not deduplication, but it's a technology that prevents duplication. Internally, we call it no dupe. But basically, if there's something we're going to read and we need to write somewhere else, we'll just ref link to it. So it's a storage efficiency. It's very, very cool stuff. All right, the part that matters right here. Make these recent backups immutable. It's really important. So let's make it another color too. But the thought here is that I want to make these backups immutable for 14 days. Now this small little checkbox here on a Linux repository is huge in regards to how much more resilient your backups can be. Now this is yet in addition to the backups in the cloud with S3 compatible or the public AWS S3 immutability. And it's just that simple. Now I have already set this up, but I'll show you real quick. If I wanted to add another Linux system, let's just add one real quick and I'll show you. And yeah, I know that it already exists, but let's just add, I want to add another Linux server here. Like this one's already set up. Maybe I can take the properties of it. Yeah, it's already set up here, but what I want to show you is this right here. And I've already added it, but I'm using this single-use credentials. This is a very powerful way that I can actually have this connection without even retaining the credentials. So not only am I marking the backups immutable, I'm interacting with it without constantly sending the credentials back. So double resiliency there. We have this documented on the Veeam website. Now that's how you set it up. Very, very easy. So now what I want to show you, let's take a look here. Apologize for the interesting colors, but basically this is the actual path to that repository, which is what I was showing just a second ago. And then I have one backup job right here running to that repository. And the best part is that those Hyper-V backups, I'll show you that real quick. The actual backup job, where is it? Hyper-V here. It's completely transparent. I make my backup jobs like everything else. I have, let's see, 2 virtual machines that I care about. They're listed here, but it could be VMware, it could be agents. And the only thing I have to say is where do those backups go? And they're going to that repository. Okay, so you might remember that it said I'm keeping 14 days immutable. Well, I'm going to keep 30 days retention. So I have 14 days that are immutable of these 30. Okay, now you can have a lot of flexibility here. With the XFS block cloning, you could really think about some long-term immutability if you wanted as well. So anyways, that's the name of that backup job, backup-immutable Hyper-V. So that's why that file system or that path looks like that. So now I'm going to do a list of all the files here. So let me see if I can get it in here. This right here is a relatively bigger file, and the reason why is because it is a full backup. Same over here. This one's a little bit bigger, and it's a full backup. And these other ones down the way, these VIBs that kind of build a chain right here, that is how Veeam backup files work. Okay, so that is a full backup in a set of increments that make a chain. It's just what we need to have the Veeam backups. Now, if I'm a threat actor, I'm going to go after the VBK files, because I would know that with Veeam, you can't really use the backup chain if you don't have these full backups. So the increments are useless without the fulls. Okay, so I see that there's 3 of them on there. Now, before I go break everything in my demo, I'm going to take a look, because I don't quite know if the 14 days of immutability have interleaved across the 30 days of retention. So what I've got here, nope, that's not it. Let me do that. Yeah, there we go. Now again, I'm not a Linux expert, but this command, the list attributes, will show me the attributes associated with all of the files. And what you can see here is there's this immutability flag on basically everything in this chain. The one that doesn't have it, by the way, right here is this metadata file. And that's okay. That VBM file doesn't carry the immutability because we don't need that for the restore. The Veeam backup files are self-describing, and the metadata file will inherently change every time that increment is run. So that's okay if we lose it in a ransomware situation. So let's take a look just at the VBK files, those Veeam backups, and you'll see those all have the immutability. So what I would want to do is do a sudo rm star.vbk, right? If I'm really wanting to be the threat actor, and I've dropped in my permissions here, and you know, the reason why it failed wasn't permissions. The reason why it failed is because they're marked as immutable. So that's a really quick look at the immutability. The ease of use is so attractive in my opinion, and you know, when I talk to organizations that have beat ransomware, you know, having those types of backup copies are so important. And I hope that you take away from this episode that you gotta have a copy on something immutable, and that's in addition to what we're doing in the cloud. So that being said, I have a couple of resources for you. First of all, the ransomware assessment kit. This is a great way in that you can kind of check and see what type of threats are out there. You can check and see what you're doing to like be resilient. Like it'll ask you, do you have a backup that's immutable, offline, or air-gapped? Things like that. Or do you even know, right? If you don't know, well, that's a different problem. So it'll assess your risk. And it'll also compare against some of the other responses in the survey. Then we have the ransomware education site. That's a great way where you can get some different perspectives on the specific threats that are out there, as well as some different statistics on what we're seeing in the market. And then there's my favorite site, which is the Ransomware Series Papers. And over there, we have a bunch of the different technical documents on how you can beat ransomware, all the different implementation strategies. And that's really important because there's so much flexibility in how you can beat ransomware. I talk to organizations often and they're like, well, I've got this type of storage, I have that type of storage, and I don't really know which one's best and which way to go. this is a place to start. Because if you have one of the different like storage systems we integrate with, or you're using this cloud, or Hyper-V and all these other different technologies, you have some perspectives there to help you win the war against ransomware. And the other thing I'll highlight is that we have some updates coming to this very soon, in that you will soon be able to use more of the Veeam capabilities that have been documented for consumption to beat ransomware. Okay, so I'll do a quick time check with the event. I have a couple minutes. I'm actually going to show you one more thing real quick. I encourage everyone to go over to community.veeam.com, and if you go there at community.veeam.com, you'll find some featured topics, namely the Upgrade Center. So if you like what you saw about that Hardened Linux repository, I've got a great resource here that goes through everything about V11. Some of the documentation resources are highlighted here, linked out for what you need, and information about licensing, some of the things that have changed if you might get stuck about previous versions of Veeam, and then also some of the different post-GA updates. I've got everything from common case updates from support to the top issue tracker that R&D has put out, right? So you get some really good information, different things about the upgrade, and we had the post-GA update published late last month. And then finally you do the upgrade. And don't look at that guy, but I went through the upgrade in my environment, so I show you exactly how it goes. So if you want a little bit of hand holding and some of the different FAQ, you can check that out, and that's one of the newer resources that we've been putting up on the product team to help organizations be resilient against ransomware. So I hope that'll help you here. So as we wrap up, a couple of things. What do you do with this information? One, get paranoid and have a copy of backup data on something that's ultra resilient. I cannot emphasize that enough. Recheck what you're doing every 6 months. The threatscape changes, your data changes, etc. Have a good sense of your data assets, like prioritize what needs these types of recoveries and things like that, and then go through and harden your infrastructure. Free tip, don't let your backup infrastructure have connectivity to the internet, right? That's a really resilient thing. Two-factor authentication. Those white papers in that link, those have some specific tips related to that I've highlighted. And then once you do all of that, you can have confidence in your recovery, and that's where we need to be today. The threat is out there. It's not a matter of if, but when you have to deal with it, if you haven't dealt with it already. The tools are out there that keep your data safe. So I hope that you have found this brief session helpful. You can go on over to veeam.com or check out some of the webinar assets on this page. That'll drive you to some of the different white papers and data sheets and stuff like that. I'm Rick Vanover. Appreciate your time on this, and you can follow me on Twitter if you have any questions, comments, or observations, and enjoy the rest of the virtual event.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts and stick around. We have many more great sessions ahead.
People forget that everything starts with an ID and a password. Credentials or identity for access go unnoticed until something bad happens. And then first thing you got to recover is credentials to do any other kind of recovery.
Right.
I think organizations need to not only protect Active Directory or credentials, but also build a plan to be able to recover and restore in the event something does happen. It's a topic at the board of director meetings. The threat landscape around cyber is just, the trajectory's just going straight up.
That's pretty sobering.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Petri Backup and Recovery one-day virtual conference. This session is Office 365 Backup and Restore, everything you need to know. Hi, I'm Tom Arbuthnot. I'm a Principal Solutions Architect at Modality. Modality are a Office 365, Microsoft 365 partner. I've come up through the unified communications space, so OCS, Lync, Skype for Business, and the last few years Teams. And Teams obviously is much more than unified communications. It's collaboration, it's data, it's SharePoint. So that's brought me very much into the conversation about data and backup and restore. Backup and restore is not my daily grind, but we do resell a backup product, and I've spent a lot of time with different backup vendors and peers to try and give you a balanced view of what comes out of the box and what third-party vendors can do to add value in the backup space. So hopefully in this session I can take you through what backup is even for, why do we even need to worry about it, do Microsoft do the backups for you? I mean, it's a SaaS service, you pay for it, right? They protect all your data. Do you really need an Office 365 backup? What are some of the challenges? And there are quite a few challenges around Office 365 backup. If you're looking at a third party for backup, what should you be thinking about? What should you be asking them? What should you be considering? And then we'll come to some conclusions about needing or not needing Office 365 backup. So first off, to level set, what's a backup for? I mean, backups obviously allow you to get your data back when you've lost it for some reason. And there are lots of different reasons and scenarios why you might need data back. So the first one, the classic one is, the data's gone because of an infrastructure issue, that the hard disk blows up and I've lost my data. I need to get it back. But beyond that, there are lots of other scenarios. There's accidental or intentional deletion by a user or administrator. And when we talk about users, that could be a compromised account. So it could not be, the original user. It could be someone compromising an account. There's the ability to restore data or content to a certain point in time. So it's not that the file's gone, it's that the file's corrupt or someone's edited the file and I want back the particular version that I had before. A user sometimes can't find a document, so they've lost it, it's moved, the URL's changed, how do I get it back? And it doesn't just have to be data, it can be configuration settings. So SharePoint is the classic for this. I've tried to change SharePoint permissions, I've got it wrong. Can you roll it back to a known good configuration? So in all those scenarios, some kind of way to get your data back is obviously going to help you. When we think about these scenarios, you can kind of break them down into user issues. So users having errors and there's corruption. That's where aspirationally you want to do self-service if you can, help the users help themselves. You've got admin errors, so a policy was set wrong, I deleted a mailbox I shouldn't have, the SharePoint admin's broken SharePoint, or maybe a malicious insider is an admin risk. And you've got attacks on service, so ransomware has been a big issue in recent times, so knowing how you get out of scenarios where data's been encrypted or corrupted is a big issue. And of course a conversation is always, Office 365 outages do happen sometimes. How would I get my data in that scenario? Would a backup help me in an Office 365 outage scenario is a great conversation. So first off, the easy one, or the most important question is, I pay for Microsoft 365, I pay for Office 365, Microsoft must do the backups for me, right? Well, I mean, they don't do an Office 365 wide backup. They don't use that terminology, they don't take an entire copy of your data and store it somewhere else. But they do have lots of different technologies across the different workloads that help minimize the risks we talked about of data getting lost or needing to get data back. So first off, from an infrastructure point of view, Microsoft replicate your data. So it's across multiple servers, multiple hard disks, multiple data centers, even multiple geos. So Microsoft are taking on, as part of the money you pay, the hardware level, infrastructure level problem, and you shouldn't, as an Office 365 admin, be worried about an individual hard disk failing. That's not your problem. So that piece is not your responsibility. When it comes to getting back data, because of a user and admin issue, there are different abilities. So some include being able to restore a Microsoft 365 group. So groups are the container for lots of different things: Yammer communities, Teams, SharePoint sites. So if a group is gone, you've got 30 days to get it back. We'll talk about that. SharePoint is often the place that stores lots of data. All your data in Teams is in SharePoint essentially. So you've got 14-day backups there from Microsoft. You've also got ability to restore My Files and versioning, which we'll talk about. OneDrive for Business also has versioning and restore My Files. Exchange has user abilities to restore individual mailbox items and native data protection technology. Office 365 retention policies, we'll talk about those and what they can add. They're not backup as such, but they can help you retain your data beyond the normal deletion mailbox or deletion of SharePoint files timeframes. And the last thing that Office 365 does that is really important actually is minimizing that administrator risk. So look at things like privileged access management, PIM, RBAC. You shouldn't have an administrator that has unrestricted access to do everything. That is a risk. But it's worth noting that those features are at higher level Office 365 plans. So if you're serious about that, you will need the higher level plans. So let's dive into some of those examples to give you a flavor of what Microsoft can do for you out of the box to minimize those risks of data loss. So we'll start with SharePoint because that often holds the most data in customers. So this is a workload where Microsoft do a backup. They hold a 14-day backup for SharePoint. You can email, contact Microsoft support and say, hey, I want you to restore my SharePoint. This backup is about a site collection or a subsite. So it's not individual files or lists. We'll talk about those in a second. This is, I want you to restore a site collection or a subsite from the backup. Only 14 days. So once that period is gone, the ability to restore from that is gone. If you're talking more about individual items, then you've got 93 days from the point where they were deleted. So when you delete a file out of SharePoint, it goes to the site recycle bin. The user can get that, you can see on the screen, and click and restore the file. If it gets deleted out of the site recycle bin, there's another layer where it goes to the site collection recycle bin, and it will spend the remainder of the 93 days in that. There are a couple of exceptions. If the site collection recycle bin exceeds its quota, or if the items are manually deleted by the admin out of the recycle bin, then they're gone. But generally speaking, you've got 93 days there where if someone deletes a file in SharePoint, you can get it back, as well as your 14-day retention of Microsoft backups that they hold that you have to contact support to restore. So there's your coverage for SharePoint. Thinking more about files, you also have versioning. Actually, it's files and SharePoint lists. And what versioning is tracking incremental changes on files or lists and allowing the user to go in and restore a previous version. So this is the scenario of my file's corrupted, I need you to restore it back. And this also forms part of the protection for things like ransomware, where if all your files get encrypted, you have the ability to go back to earlier versions of those files that weren't yet encrypted. This is all self-service. The user can go into SharePoint, they can go into OneDrive, they can click on the file, see the previous version, see who edited it, see what time it was edited, and restore. And this is for a 30-day period. You can change the number of versions that are held, and you can technically turn versioning off. I don't see what the use case is for that. Please don't do it. It's a really handy feature. This is probably one of the most common issues with users is they open up the wrong PowerPoint, they edit it, it auto saves, and oh my goodness, I need to get the original version of that PowerPoint back. So versioning is a really handy feature for accidental editing, somebody else edited my file, the file's gone corrupt, that kind of thing. Moving on to groups. So groups are Microsoft's kind of popular way of bringing together different Office 365 services. So Teams are the classic example of using groups, where it's a combination of Teams and SharePoint. There are mailbox data in groups as well. whenever they get deleted, and they can get deleted by a group owner, they go into a soft delete, Microsoft call it. So you've got 30 days there to restore. You can go into the 365 Admin Center, find the particular group, right click, restore, and it comes back. In terms of what's restored, you've got your AD details, your members, properties, the email address, the mailbox, the calendar, the SharePoint files and lists, planner, Teams content, Yammer content if it's a Yammer communities group. So you've got a good period there where it's a relatively easy restore during that 30 days, but it is limited to 30 days. And looking at Exchange Online, from a user items in the mailbox perspective, they've got by default 13 days when a thing is permanently deleted. So an email message, for example, I've said permanently delete. I've still by default got 14 days to go and get that back. And again, you can do this self-service. You can click in your deleted items. You see this little recover recently removed. It pops up a dialog box with all your recently deleted items, and you can restore it. And you can configure that up to 30 days for those restores. Office 365 retention policies. I bring this up because this often gets brought up in the conversation of backups. Retention policies are not backups in the classic sense. They are the ability to force data to be held for a certain period of time, or force data to be deleted after a certain period of time, a permanent delete. So these are a compliance requirement of whatever happens, I need to keep this content around for X period for compliance reasons. Obviously that can be used potentially to keep data around longer than the default, say, mailbox retention for deleted items or the recycle bin for SharePoint. So the data will get deleted, it becomes inaccessible to the user, but it's kept through the purposes of retention, and it could be got by a compliance administrator. Retention is pretty complicated. You need to know what you're doing. A delete really means delete. So retention delete is Microsoft have got rid of the data, there's no getting it back, so be careful around configuration of these. In terms of the data, it's stored in SharePoint storage quota, so lots of customers have good amounts of space in terms of their SharePoint quota, but it may cost you money there to hold that data, and if you're doing mass retention, that's something to consider. Retention data is only available when the service is available. So it's not going to help you out in the scenario where Office 365 is down or you can't log in because of an Azure AD issue. You can't jump in and grab data from retention if you can't log into Office 365. So it's an ability to hold data for longer, but it doesn't cover you for that potential use case where you can't get into Office 365, but you urgently need the PowerPoint for the big boss meeting and she needs it now, and unfortunately it's just the time when Azure AD has an issue. Retention is not going to cover you there, but it does allow you to extend the time data is held on the service. So a tool you can look at for what's native and what's in your kit bag. What do retention policies cover? All the big workloads there, you can see the list, but you've got Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, groups, public folders, Teams, content. So good coverage, and because retention is about compliance, then you'd expect good coverage there. So that's a bit of a tour on what's out of the box with Office 365. Be aware of license requirements on some of those things, but there are abilities in there that aren't Microsoft do a backup in the classic sense, other than the SharePoint 14 day, but do protect you against I've lost a file, my file's corrupted, I've messed up my SharePoint site, that kind of thing. So with that in mind, do you need a third-party backup? Well, unfortunately, it's not a simple answer. Classic consultant, I'm afraid, but it's a risk cost-based decision or analysis. You have a good understanding of what's in the box, and you should take the time to understand what you've got and what you've already paid for. You need to look at your appetite for risk and say, do we want to add an extra layer of protection there, and what do we want? How long do we want to retain that deleted data? There are some good reasons why you might want a third-party backup solution, so let's look at some of those. So these are reasons that why a third-party backup solution might be required beyond what's in the box. You have the ability to restore data beyond those default date limits for things like the recycle bin or the group retention period, the soft delete. That might be important to you. You might have a better just user experience or admin experience. So if you want to find particular files in a SharePoint backup, or you want to do a granular restore of data or partial restore of data, maybe even self-service for the end user of advanced restore scenarios, there are third-party solutions that might add a better experience there. You may want to mix up the admin and have a separation of admin between the service administrators and the backup administrators, so that if you did have a compromised admin account or a rogue admin, malicious insider, you can separate the risk out there so that they couldn't possibly get to the backup solution and affect the backups. You might want to store data in a specific country, specific location, a different service to Microsoft. So maybe you have a requirement, say, we have different vendors in terms of backup, we have different geographical locations in terms of backup, we know where our data is in case of a backup. And the last two are really the harder requirements I see more often. Is we've got a governmental regulatory compliance requirement. It says we must store data for X period of time in Y location with Z technology, or a contractual requirement. Our contract with our partners, suppliers, customers says that we're the party that must back up the data. And the contract one is interesting because if the contract literally says backup, is there an ability to argue that what Microsoft do is enough to cover the risk, or contractually are you liable because Microsoft isn't technically doing a backup for the period that you need, they're doing something else. More often than not, when it comes to contractual requirements, you can't change or edit the contract you have with your partners or suppliers, so that might be as straight to, we need to tick the backup box for this contractual requirement, we need a backup solution. Unfortunately, Office 365 backup is not without its challenges. So Microsoft don't have just a backup API. They don't have a nice API where the third-party vendors can say, give me a backup, give me a diff of the data, and give me an easy way to restore it. There are APIs and there are coverage for the products, but it's very variable. So SharePoint Exchange are really well covered. Teams is more partially covered. And then there are other workloads like Planner, Yammer, Stream, Sway that are less well covered, that don't have good API coverage. So it's not simple to just say I want a complete snapshot of everything in Office 365, and it's even more complicated by the fact that getting the data out is not the same as being able to restore it back into service. The ISVs, the providers who make the third-party backup solutions, do what they can with the APIs they're given to export, backup and restore, but there are limitations. And there's no product that can blanket back up everything in Office 365. And that's not the product's challenges, that's Microsoft's challenge with APIs and new services popping up all the time. So when you're looking at backup for Office 365, don't think you're going to go and buy something that will back up every file, every config, every setting, everything. It doesn't exist. You need to understand what your requirements are and what the product can meet. So with that in mind, what should you be thinking about? You've decided you want to go third-party backup. What should you be thinking about? How should you assess vendors? What questions should you ask? Unfortunately, there's a lot of FUD, fear, uncertainty and doubt, and marketing overreach out there. There's a lot of backup vendors. There's a lot of interesting claims. So for example, in my research, I've frequently seen vendors quoting the consumer services agreement that says you should back up. So Microsoft have a consumer services agreement that says backups are your responsibility. That's not the agreement that covers Microsoft Office 365 Business or Enterprise. But you know, there's a bit of an overreach there in terms of what they say is needed and also what they say they can do. Look for vendors with referenceability in the space, that have customers in the space, that have good case studies in the space, and really understand Office 365 backup. And how can you assess they understand it? Well, look for documented answers to what can be done and what can't be done. a good backup vendor is going to understand that there are limitations on the APIs, and they'll be able to explain to you, unfortunately, we can't do much about Planner. We can get your team's data out, but we can't restore it with the same date stamps that it originally had, because there's no restore import API that lets us do that, for example. Look for vendors who are tightly aligned to Microsoft. These APIs are not static. New APIs are coming up all the time. The APIs change, the services change. Microsoft add new services. As example, Stream held all the team's video recordings, but now the video recordings are going to OneDrive and SharePoint storage. So that's a big change that impacts your ability to back up. You want a vendor who's on top of the Microsoft story, ideally in the mix with things like the TAP programs, in the partner programs, understands what's going on, because it's an evolving space. This is not build a product and you're done type of space. If you're talking to a backup vendor, if they're talking in terms of single workloads, that's old style thinking. They'll talk about how they can back up and restore Exchange, how they can back up and restore SharePoint. Ask them about restoring the more complex scenarios like teams and groups, and how do they restore a combination of apps that draw data from across all of Microsoft 365. What's the restore experience there? Can they restore it into the service as a live usable asset, or is it more of a restore of, we can give you an HTML output of all your content? Ask what happens if Office 365 goes offline. If that's one of your use cases you want to protect against, how do you log into the backup service? How do you get the file back? Can you restore data when Office 365 is offline, or does it only restore back to Office 365? Talk about how long restores will take. Could you do a complete restore? Is that plausible? Like if the service went down for X amount of time, could you get your data out in a different way? Very important is you're handing over your data here to another provider. Most of these providers are SaaS these days, so where are they storing your data? How are they storing your data? How are they encrypting it? How are they protecting it? In terms of data sovereignty, where is the data stored and what are the rules around that? And consider that you might have to selectively delete data from a backup. So can you do that? If you have a GDPR requirement to delete some customer data after a set period of time, can you find that? Can you delete that within the backups? And as with all IT tooling, take all documentation, all marketing with a pinch of salt. You need to test, backup, test, restore, and don't just test the easy scenarios. Have a OneDrive file, delete a OneDrive file, restore a OneDrive file. Think about more complex scenarios. Think about those Office 365 groups. Think about those teams. What's the backup process? What's the restore process? And check for the gaps. Again, a good vendor will be able to tell you, unfortunately, there are limitations here, here, and here. Here's the experience of restoring data that was in a team, for example. So do test and backups and test restore. And obviously in the backup space, testing and restoring is not a one-time thing. You need to have some regular cadence there to make sure you're up to speed on how to do it. And also, has Microsoft changed the way their APIs work, which has left you or the vendor exposed? So if you're committing to a backup product, you're also committing to a regular cadence of ensuring that that's working for your business. So as we draw to a conclusion here, hopefully I've given you a good understanding of that there are technologies in the Office 365 box which do help you protect your data against corruption, against user issues, against malicious admins. Not everyone needs Office 365 backups. You have to assess your personal appetite to risk and the cost of third-party solutions. It is a risk-based decision. Prevention is always better than cure in terms of those risks, like a rogue admin or hackers or malware. Make sure you're leveraging everything in Office 365 to protect your data in the first place. So you must be using multi-factor auth, really. You've got to have those RBAC controls over admins. You should be looking at your audit logs. So make sure you're not using backup as an excuse not to do the basics in terms of prevention. And this is a decision that should be actively made. Don't just ignore it. Review what you've got in the box, review what you get in Office 365, understand and acknowledge that, there are gaps in third-party backup solutions, but gaps don't mean there's no value there. There still could be significant value for you depending on your business requirements. So ensure you've taken some time to understand what's in the box, what third parties can potentially add to you, what the cost models are, and document and agree your strategy within your organization. If you're deciding not to do third party backups, have a document that explains we're accepting the risk that A, B, and C might happen. Someone might delete an Office 365 group and come back a year later and want it, and we can't get it if that's the case. Make sure you've got business agreement as to the risk there. And if you're going down the third-party solution route, make sure you understand why you're going down that route, what value add it gives you beyond what's in the box. So that draws us to a close. I hope that session has been useful and as interesting as backup and restore can be. Obviously, there's lots more to what's in the box and what the third parties offer there. Microsoft Docs are very good for all the in the box, so I'd encourage you to have a look around there and understand that. And by all means, use some of those hints and tips to talk to third parties about what's possible and what's not possible. All my contact details are below there. I'll be hanging around in the chat room for those who are on live. The blog's there, LinkedIn's there. Love to hear from you. What are you doing in terms of backup? Are you using a third party? Which third party are you using? Are you not? Is that a conscious decision? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Thanks very much for the time. I've been Tom Arbuthnot. Talk again soon.
The session has now concluded. Make sure to download your handouts and stick around. We have many more great sessions ahead. And that's a wrap, folks. I want to give a huge shout out to all of our presenters today. They put in some serious effort to create not only slides, but demos and video content that hopefully helped educate you about the best practices within the industry for when it comes to backup and recovery. There's a lot to absorb and there's a lot to take away. So make sure you download those handouts. And if you want to check out a session, they're going to be available on demand here in just a couple minutes. So if you missed Aidan's session or you want to go back and check out what Russell did or Rick or Sean, you can have the ability to go do that. The content lives forever, not only in our hearts, but also in the handouts. So you can download the handouts. You can watch it at any time. We just want to say also thank you to our sponsors over at Semperis and Veeam. Without them, today would not be possible. So make sure to give them a shout out. They are good friends of the industry and of sessions like this, helping just educate the industry to the best of our ability so that the next time you have an outage or need to recover some information, you are better prepared having watched the information today. And we want to thank all of you for hanging out today. Hundreds of people in the chat room. It was just a great event. And so make sure to stick around. Petri does these about once a month and they've all been huge home runs. We've got another one coming up next month, I should say, focusing on Teams. So you can actually head over to Petri's website and find out more information about that and sign up to stay informed. Once again, thank you to our sponsors for today. Thank you to all the presenters. And most importantly, thanks for coming to hang out with us.